to describe. It's a painting, it's a poem, it's breathing life. And the sun's a searchlight in the sky, seeing, finding everything. It's touching life, it's touching life, it's touching life. Looking through the window clouds, I see a glimpse of heaven, and it's so beautiful. I want it. Looking through the window clouds, I see a glimpse of heaven, and it's so beautiful that I want it inside of me, of me, of me, of me. Imagine the silence of light, full of texture, full of color, starry lights. As the moon suspended in my night, seeing, finding everything. It's breathing life, it's breathing life, it's breathing life. Touching life. Looking through the window
my schiaffato. Hi. Nice to meet you.
No cometas el error de
Oh, my dear friend, how are you? Fantastic. I'm glad that you made it because it's gonna be nice. I think it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be interesting. We're trying. We need to work with Morocco more. They're looking at
hay
you
que
guys.
aprender, hay que aprender,
They're
hay
looking
que
at you like,
aprender,
you know, the ones
hay
that
que
are making
aprender,
it. So, but they're afraid.
hay que aprender, hay que aprender, hay que aprender.
No, yeah.
Hay que aprender a huir. Hay que aprender a huir. Frágiles.
Good partner, you have to move forward with him and to support and to accelerate.
We need to get moving. I mean, we are so close. You'll see today. I mean, we are so close. We're all over. I mean, we are in Serbia. We're in Slovenia. It's a big push. Having
Corren tu ser.
politicians, Moroccans,
Sabes bien lo que es instinto azul.
yeah, no.
Hay que aprender. Hay que aprender.
We need a political push. That's why I think it's. I mean, you are something in between. I mean, you will be the perfect representative to all of us. That's important. So, do your fiction.
Can we sit down? Hello? Can we take a seat, please? In case there is no seat here, there is another room outside, a big room with the web. You can go there together with the press and watch the event on the big screen. Please, the speaker have their seat with their names there. All the speakers should find their names on right there. If not, there are our courtesy hostess will lead you there. Again, I hope we can fill the room with the VIP and the normal people like me. Plus, if there are many students there, I know they can go to the bigger room there and they can watch the whole events on the web. Laban? I think there's a film going on now. I think we have a walk-in. I think there's a film going on, right?
Around us, with us, within us, since the beginning of time, under the concrete, over the rooftops, above and beyond the shortest sight. They gave us life, taught us how to survive. There was a time, remember, when we spoke the same language. They could do without us, but we can't do without them. Because we are their children. So, we looked for them again in the darkness. We have been reaching them in the farthest places since we were born. Working hard with guts, together as one. Sun, wind, water, earth, speaking their language once again.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I think that, sorry for the people who are standing, there is another room next nearby where we have a huge screen. We are very overwhelmed by your presence. I'm very pleased to see this movie. I used to work in Enel for 35 years, and when I did renewable there, they said, Mr. Vigotti, you should be fired. You are against the core business. And now Mr. Venturi should give me 5 cents every time every kilowatt hour goes there. Thank you very much for coming here. My name is Roberto Vigotti. I'm the Secretary General of RES for Africa, who is co-sponsoring with Enel Foundation and IEP this event. And we work as a team of international leaders to promote a renewable solution in Africa and in the continent. We warmly welcome you at the G7 side event dedicated to accelerating the access to a sustainable energy solution in Africa. And we designed this event a few months ago to build upon the multiple existing international initiatives we are aware of. The Paris Climate Agreement, the Morocco COP22 outcomes, Sea4All, IEP, GIZ, the Italian Cooperation Agency, and the African Renewable Energy Initiative. All of them are supporting, and we will want to cooperate with them. And we acknowledge the declaration of the leader on the G7 summit in El Mau in 2015, where already it was written clearly the need to accelerate for renewable in Africa. We are carrying on this message. Let me introduce you Laban Cliff Fonseiro, the business news anchor and reporter of NTV in Kenya, who will be our anchor for the day. Together with me, Laban attended the Bloomberg Media Initiative Africa training course in Strathmore University. Where else? Strathmore. Professor Da Silva is here. and during the last 2 years, the Reuters Fellowship in Journalism in Oxford. So Laban will be in a second. Please, we have a very dense agenda, both in quality and in quantity. While I ask Laban to invite the following speaker, please keep the time. The time you will have a terrible clock in front of you are supposed to follow. So in this case, we need only quality, not quantity, like chocolate and other things. So wish you a good conference. I will be back to bother you once in a while, but now, Laban, it's your turn, okay? Ciao.
Roberto, grazie, and thank you again. He has children who are like my age, I should say, so allow me to call him Mzee. Mzee is a local language back in Kenya to mean an old man and a respectful way to refer to him. So another round of applause, please, for Roberto. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Laban Clifford Serio, and I am a storyteller from Nairobi. I'm excited to be in front of you today because when you talk about Matters Africa, that excites me and it tickles my fancy as a young journalist for the Nation Media Group. I'd like to welcome our viewers who are watching this via live stream online, and to also just ensure that you don't miss out on the action when you look at Matters Renewable Energy Solutions for Africa. I would not beg to be an expert because mine is to tell of the good stories that will come out of this. So please ensure that you capture the moments and you also share them with those of us who are watching not only here in Europe but also in Africa. So the hashtag for the event, I know it's going to be projected just now, is Res4Africa. Powering Africa. You should also follow those of us who are watching online also. Just make sure that you can catch a live stream on res4africa.org. So mine here is simple. It's to really facilitate. And as Mzee Roberto said, is that we need to keep to time because we need to make sure that by the 6 o'clock, as soon as we get there, we have captured as much as possible. Just a quick house notes, just to mention, the lavatories are right at the back. And in case of any emergencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have the green lights on my right, which will go on, but we do not anticipate any, so feel comfortable. And yes, share all the good stories, and should there be any interventions and any discussions, please reach out to the ushers, again, who have their badges and they are marked out there. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is to welcome you again officially, and because you all clapped and I cannot say hello to everyone, can everyone please say Jambo? It's a really simple greeting in Swahili, and I was just asking my colleagues from Africa, how do we say hello? So I just said, let's say Jambo. So because I cannot shake the hand of the person next to you, please make sure you shake the hand of the person seated next to you and tell them Jambo and tell them welcome to the forum. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all. And without further ado, please put your hands together as we welcome our first keynote address, give us the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Francesco Venturini, who's the president of Res4Africa and is also the Energy Foundation board member. Please, another round of applause for Francesco.
Okay, here we go. I think there are more seats up there. Okay, here. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you here. First of all, let me thank all the people who contributed in putting together this event. It's been a very complex thing to put together, and last week has been a lot of work. First in the list, obviously, Res4Africa, the association I chair, Enel Foundation, and Africa EU Energy Partnership. I mean, these three actors played a very important role in putting all this together. In addition, I would also warmly thank the Italian Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Economic Development and the International Energy Agency and IRENA. All of them are here with a lot of representatives. Obviously, the Maxim Museum, which is kindly hosting us today. This room is beautiful. And finally, all our speakers and discussants that joined us in this important occasion, and we will see during the day. This event is particularly important for me because today we are gathering in this beautiful location so many actors who can have a real impact on changing Africa's energy future. And I'm going to explain you why. We're not just going to talk about renewables, so we are going to talk about energy in general today. Over the past months, Rest for Africa and Enel Green Power have extensively researched off-grid renewable energy solutions for increasing access to energy, focusing in particular on rural communities. We did technology scouting, field explorations, and experiments with private partners and NGOs. We have left almost nothing unattended. We thought we had the right answer for the right problem. In other words, we thought we had all the technology required to address the need of energy of these populations. I have to admit that we were wrong, because it was never a technological problem, and it has never been a technological problem. There is tons of technology to generate electricity, distribute electricity, and deliver electricity to the final customer. What we soon discovered was that we did not address the right issue, and that the challenge ahead of us was much more complex than we thought. We understood that we could not focus solely on the electrification issue, because the reality says that providing access to electricity to communities without addressing their social and economic development is not a fruitful strategy. If we want to be successful, we must listen, explore the needs, and join forces with other players to reduce risk and offer solutions that create sustainable development opportunities. In a few words, we must link together energy access and local development. The two things cannot go in separate ways. They need to be put together. Otherwise, you're able to provide energy, but what people are going to do with the energy that you provide? With a plus, we will continue to focus on the deployment of renewable energy in Africa. With this new approach in mind, paying addition and special attention to innovation as a key factor of development. I really strongly believe that innovation, especially in this continent, is going to be extremely important. Changes are happening faster than ever before in the world. And no matter how we are doing things, if we keep doing them in the same way, soon we will be left behind. We believe that innovation is a priority to identify new opportunities, develop better ideas, and grow those ideas into something real. This argument holds true also for Africa, obviously. Africa is growing faster and faster, and African youth is implementing innovative ideas and programs to find new solutions for the development of the continent. Several young startups are making new projects. Things are happening as we speak, and we want to help in making these things happening faster. Today we gather in this room all the actors that, in principle, can do something for the goal. Institutions, operators, universities, and above all, local entrepreneurs. If we will be able to join forces, work together, and leverage on each other's capabilities as a unified team, I'm really confident we'll have a chance to have a serious impact on the energy future of the continent. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's now give another round of applause, please, to President of Rest for Africa, Francesco Vetturini, for that opening remark. And to call upon the next presenter, Madame Teresa Bellanova, who's the Vice Minister in the Ministry of Economic Development right here in Italy, to give her address.
It is for me a great pleasure and a real honor to have the opportunity to open this important event on Africa that has been organized in the framework of the Energy G7. I participated on March 24th to the opening of the first workshop on employment in the energy sector that was organized by the Ministry of Economic Development within the framework of the G7 energy presidency. And our journey continues with this event, the journey that started in 2016. I wish you all I wish to welcome all of you. I would like to thank the organizers, in particular at the NL Foundation, Rest for Africa, and the Energy Partnership between Africa and the European Union. Welcome to the experts with special focus on those coming from the African continent. And I would like to greet my Japanese colleague, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, and the Secretary of State of Germany for Energy that is about to join us. And thanks for coming to this important meeting. Today's initiative shows the priority interest of Italy for Africa within the framework of the G7 presided and chaired by Italy, and focuses on the actions that could be implemented in order to accelerate access to energy in the African continent and sustainably. The program places focus on the exchange of experiences of different participants, on the ways to improve access to energy and to power by strengthening its delivery and also energy efficiency in order to create employment opportunities, and on the need of consolidating the growth of local economies. Africa is undoubtedly characterized and has important renewable sources, energy sources that can be significantly exploited with low exploitation costs, and therefore thus giving investment opportunity. However, in order to attract investment in this continent that has huge opportunities, adequate regulatory framework is necessary in order to give certainty to entrepreneurs. Another element that has a strategic importance is the creation of a favorable environment for all business activities, allowing developing sustainable and innovative solutions with mechanisms that reduce the financial risks for those projects, off-grid and grid-connected projects. Furthermore, the strengthening of the cooperation between private sector, African institutions, civil society, and innovative startups, well, this is essential in order to improve access to energy. In such a framework, it seems to me worth highlighting the importance of considering the development of human capital as being part and parcel of an overall strategy aiming at Africa's energetic development. It is unthinkable, actually, that this growth might be accelerated without considering the special needs in terms of training of the local population. So special focus should be placed on this aspect, because that would allow understanding the professional needs of the local economy and reducing the gap between the supply and demand of jobs and employment. Employment has already been tackled during the 2016 G7 meeting at Kitakyushu, where I represented Italy. At that meeting, focus was placed on the close link between economic growth, employment, and energy growth. We realized that it was necessary to understand the effect of the shift to a low-carbon economy in terms of employment. And therefore, G7 countries undertook to be leading and leaders in the area of sustainable energy investment. This common goal that I have strongly supported led to a specific focus of the Italian presidency of the G7 for this year. And when we want to delve in this topic, so during the workshop on the energy sector employment of last March 24th, we therefore started working on the link between energy efficiency, and employment. Without going too much into details, I would like to highlight some of the elements that came from the discussion on March 24th, and I think would be useful for today's debate. So the need for data exchange on the professional figures required, the need to improve the present data collection, including a common regulatory framework for employment in the energy sector, as well as a common methodology. The opportunity to have accurate and reliable data in order to carry out analysis aiming at improving active employment policies and for a better assessment of the impact of the implementation of energy policies on employment. The latter aspect is linked to the theme of today's third session, when we are going to discuss about education and training, which is absolutely essential for the creation of a local energy market. At that point, we will also exchange views, and we will share the best practices in order to strengthen mutual knowledge between G7, European Union, and African countries. The African continent, with its high demographic growth rates and its immense clean energy potential, is a place where we have to implement sustainable development. Reducing energy poverty in Africa is essential in order to accelerate its economic growth and transformation. In such a framework, access to clean energy becomes a crucial element to reduce poverty in general, increase sustainable urbanization and rural development. In this development process, a key role is played by the presence of qualified labor and the implementation of low-cost new technologies, allowing obtaining more investments. I believe that today's debate will provide useful and constructive food for thought that will then be presented to the energy ministers of the G7. I therefore would like to thank you all for being interested in this event, and I wish you all the best for your works.
And because Madame Teresa is the only lady who will be speaking the opening remarks, please allow me, instead of clapping to her, we're going to send her kisses like, mwah, mwah, mwah. No, we're not clapping to her. So let's send her kisses. Madame, if you could please stand. Madame Villanova, you could please stand. And then we're going to send her kisses. To the count of 3, 2, 1. Shall we send kisses? Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about powering Africa, the EU has been at the forefront of doing this. And through the Africa Energy Partnership, that's the AEPP, we are proud to invite on stage the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, who's the co-chair of this Africa-EU Energy Partnership. Please help me welcome Sergio Mercuri, who's also the minister there, to come and give his address. Karibu sana.
Vice Minister Bellanova, Africa and G7 countries representative, distinguished authorities, ladies and gentlemen. An energy gathering such as the Rome G7 ministerial meeting could not be considered effective and fruitful without touching upon the African continent. Today's event is intended to be an indispensable completion of this evening and tomorrow's meetings. Africa matters. And not only because the area is the area with the largest gap in production and access to energy for the local people,
but also in a global sustainability perspective. In that sense, Africa offers at the same time the most serious challenges and the best opportunities for energy sector. Both challenges and opportunities are related not only to human development of local population, but to the economic outlook and growth perspectives well beyond the African continent. G7 countries, the Italian presidency, have at the same time a special responsibility and a vested interest in facilitating an enhanced and progressive new dynamism for energy in Africa. Italy and G7 are therefore thankful to an experienced player as Enel Foundation, a champion of responsible business conduct, as distinguished member of the Global Compact in New York, for having organized in cooperation with Rest for Africa and the Africa-Europe Energy Partnership, AEP, this event, under the motto Africa 2030, empowering the continent through innovative growth, tech solutions, and capacity building. While Enel, with its Green Power division, has an impressive record in renewable energy development, AEP turns its 10th year, Davis, in advocating in line with the EU energy strategy for issues in Africa, such as energy security, energy access, energy efficiency, renewable. Rest for Africa, with its membership of energy sector stakeholders, companies, academic institutions, and research centers, has once more shown its commitment for the African continent after relevant initiatives implemented, often in cooperation with the African Union Commission in Kenya, Zambia, and soon, I hope, in Ethiopia. The title of this meeting portrays a condensed but effective description of the multifaceted approach to be adopted in order to tackle those issues that are defining us in such a decisive undertaking. Agenda 2030, universally adopted at the UN, provides an articulated and comprehensive set of goals. It offers to every country general guidance and specific targets suitable to be adopted to the current condition of the African national development as envisaged in the 2063 strategy. Transboundary effects will be determined by the demographic and economic development of the African continent and lead to a growing energy demand. At the same time, the vulnerability of a number of African countries in terms of adequate energy infrastructures affects the pace of this development and represent a major obstacle to a further balanced advancement. Access to energy and reliable supply for the African population are a prerequisite for economic development and social progress. The selection of the side event, the issues of the side events, the area of discussions, energy transition, innovation, education and capacity building shows a very solid approach. First, the transition from the total lack of access to a more advanced economy, as in many regions of Africa, we have to be ready to consider it in order to foster introduction of intermediate steps. On this purpose, the governments must be steady but adaptive and respond to the regulatory needs and the risk reduction measurement, as repeatedly stressed by the industry and the business community. Second, comes the link between innovative solution and sustainability, and President Venturini gave us some interesting insight into this idea. Third, the capacity building. It is the indispensable tool, as recently has been underlined by the Vice Minister Bellanova, for any progress. It operates cross-sectional in making durable and sustainable any kind of energy development by attracting and employing human resources, safeguarding local economy and stable communities in their territories. By a more attentive assessment of all these issues, allow me to say that they are a quite large set of the main elements composing the Agenda 2030 strategy. Cooperation with Africa has to be developed around this key dimension of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. And these themes of sustainability were echoed at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Conference of the Italia-Africa Initiative, held last spring in Rome, in the immediate aftermath of AEP Stakeholders Forum at the Polytechnic of Milan. As learned from that event and other international fora, many are the implications envisaged by the Agenda 2030 for energy and SDGs. They go well beyond the most obvious accomplishment of ensuring universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services, as spelled out in the SDG 7. It underpins progress for the other SDGs, ranging from health, education, to the eradication of poverty, economic growth, water supply, and industrialization, as well as combating climate change. In short, energy is crucial for achieving in an interwinter manner almost all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I could provide further examples of this strict interconnection, but all we know is that practical experience teaches us the importance of energy. All in all, evidence shows that energy system can be portrayed as the prerequisite of a sustainable development. We have today the opportunity to listen with a special interest to the indications, experience, and proposal of many qualified and expert guests from several institutions and African countries, and learn how innovative solutions can change the destiny of energy in Africa and ultimately the whole fortune of the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter I'm going to introduce is a son of the soil. He's been based in Germany, courtesy of his work at the Africa-EU Energy Partnership. But what I'm happy about when I introduce him is, as much as he stays in Germany, his skin color will not change. Just as you might look at him, he's as black as any African will be, just like self, son of the soil. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome David Otieno, who's the head of Secretariat at the Africa-EU Energy Partnership.
Thank you so much, moderator. Maybe I will just make a short comment on that, on who I am. I just mentioned to the moderator that I come from Kenya. I stay in Germany in a village called Hattersheim. And one day I was in the field, and a kid came to me and asked me, "Why are you so brown?" I said, and then my wife just gave me a tip, tell him you don't have sun cream. So we call it in German Sonnencreme. And the boy believed. He believed that, okay, we're brown because we don't apply sun cream. I'm really glad to be here today. And you know, speaking after three distinguished guests, you keep changing your speech because most of the items have been elaborately mentioned. Thank you so much, Vice Minister, that you're here today. I'm so glad, again, I'm meeting the President of Rest for Africa, Mr. Venturini. We last met in Nairobi during the Expo. And as usual, my co-chair from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm so delighted that we from the Africa-EU Energy Partnership, and I'm speaking on behalf of my steering group members and also the entire Secretariat, we're so glad to have been conjoined with Rest for Africa and Enel for this function. One thing that is clear when this partnership was put in place in Lisbon in 2007, that is 10 years ago, the intention was clear that the African leaders and the European leaders need to kind of come together when discussing energy of strategic interest. And that is what we've been preaching 10 years down the line. What we've done is that we don't just talk to ourselves, the Africans and the Europeans. We try to feed these to the international processes. And we've seen these materialize to so many things. You've seen lately the Agenda 2030, where energy is very strong in it. We've seen the Africa 2063, where they mention about this partnership being very crucial. We've seen lately at the climate negotiations in Paris, but also in Marrakesh, where this partnership, but also energy, was at the forefront. We've seen the Sustainable Energy for All, and the last kid in the block has been the African Renewable Energy Initiative. I think when we hear all this, it's a sign of energy getting at the top of the agenda. One thing that we at the partnership do is to ensure that energy will remain. And I think currently there's nothing much we can do because it is now there. Maybe just to mention who the partnership is about. It is led by the European leaders and the African leaders. From the European side, we have Italy, and I'm glad that, Madam Vice Minister, you're here. Italy, since its entry into the partnership, has provided anchor for the partnership. And this one being African also, I've seen this as an interest of the Italian into the African continent. So I'm so glad that you're here, and I think it is the same message that I will be delivering to your minister at the G7. We have Germany that has been, let's say, the founding member of this partnership. 10 years down the line, Germany is still a very strong player on this partnership, as well as the European Commission, who, let's say, I would say, the big brother, the driver of this partnership. We have the African side that has stood also to ensure that things are moving, the African Union Commission, COMESA, Common Market for East and Southern Africa, and Egypt. So basically, these are the coordinators, or let's say the steering structure of the partnership. We're celebrating 10 years this year, and we look back. I was just talking to Ambassador Sergio Makuri about it, and when we look back, we see a lot has been achieved. But if you look at the terrain and the activities that are happening, of course, we have to adapt with new things that are coming, and currently we're discussing about where we can go with this partnership. And I'm happy that with Rest for Africa around, we're trying to see how to strategically in future work together. The partnership has clear targets. So it's not just a partnership by words. We set clear targets on renewable energy, on energy efficiency, on energy access, and one thing that I can gladly report that most of these targets are on the way to being achieved. What we're doing is to kind of reorient the targets to look more into, let's say, other international processes like the Sustainable Energy for All, the array targets, and many others. One thing that we recognize is that deployment of sustainable energy can help achieve the universal access to energy. And of course, this consolidates something that the African Union Commission is working on very strongly, this resilient growth in the continent that will later trigger job creation, because as I will later mention, the youth element is very important, and I think Madam Minister has also hinted to that. Job creation and inclusive development is crucial if we have to change the clock. We're looking into migration issues. Now it is a very big topic, and of course Africa is caught in between. What does that mean? What can we as energy practitioners do to change that? I know that you might say migration is not a topic of energy practitioners, but we have a role to play. What can energy do to keep, let's say, the movement, to keep, to get our youth employment, jobs to do? And this is, let's say, big discussions that I suppose will happen here on the floor, but I hope also that the G7 ministers will be looking at. The two continents are interrelated, the kind of interdependent to each other. Something that is quite clear is that Africa has a vast market, and this has been repeated, so I don't have to mention it many times. On the other hand, I mean, Europe, you've had a lot of experience and know-how that is kind of not questioned. And when you bring this together, I think there is a lot that we can do, that the two continents can do in common. The European Union, and this is clear from all records, still remains the largest, let's say, supporter or donor on energy-related issues in Africa, but also just in general the official development assistance. And I can see that the European Commission, I'm sure there's a representative in the room, there is a lot of convergence. If you look at the various directorate generals in research, in energy, in development cooperation, they're now converging all into energy and all into Africa. And I think this is a big opportunity that we need to take into account. Something not to forget is that the African governments are doing a lot, and this is often not mentioned. If you look at the statistics of the ICA and many others, the African governments are increasing the budgets on energy. And if you look at the countries that are now having energy as a focus sector, it is on the steep rise. That tells you something about Africa. And the leaders in Africa are recognizing that without energy, we cannot industrialize. Without energy, we cannot grow. Without energy, nothing can happen. And this is something that in response, I think the Europeans are now looking in that direction. And this is something that we should encourage. There's a lot of resources that is needed. I mean, we're talking about reaching the SDG 7, universal access. I was just looking at the report, the IEA report. You need over 1 trillion US dollars to be able to achieve the gap that exists. That is a big amount. And this can not only come from the official development assistance, and I think this is something that, because in the room here, I think 60 to 70%, correct me, Roberto Vigotti, if I'm wrong, private sector is in the room. And the private sector will be the biggest savior to energy, not only in Africa, but globally. And I'm glad that with our relationship with Rest for Africa, this is the opportunity that comes into the room. So to be able to fill that gap, not only the public sector, and public sector I mean both from Africa, but also with support from the European side, but also the private sector coming in. And the African transition also has to look into the policy items. I know that the private sector will always claim, okay, the policy is not conducive. There's a lot happening. I know that we are not there yet, but there's a lot happening. I know that the African Union Commission and the European Commission are working on harmonizing the regulatory environment in the electricity sector. This is a big step in the right direction. What the AUC is saying, we would like to have the private sector into the countries, and to do that, you need the policy environment to be right. Something that I also wanted to mention is for the transition to happen, for the Africa transition into sustainable energy to happen in a big way, because there is a big gap, you need to have a multi-stakeholder involvement and engagement. So it's not just about the government or the public sector talking to each other. We need to involve, as I mentioned, the private sector, of course, but don't forget the civil society. Don't forget the academia. This is, let's say, a critical time that we need to have all in the same room, all in the same voice. And I'm glad that Rest for Africa managed to get not only the private sector, who are important, we need the activities, we need the innovation, we need money out there, we need investments, but also the civil society to keep me and Vigotti on track, to ask how have you achieved these targets. And also the research. We need to get latest information. We need innovation. So that is quite important. As I come to an end, one thing that we've noticed is the last couple of years there has been mushrooming of initiatives. So many activities coming up. It's a good thing. It's a good sign. I've been talking to the African side. It shows that the African continent is on the spot. However, there needs to be some level of coordination. We don't need to, let's say, duplicate what others have done. Duplication in its sense is not bad, but the obvious one we should try to avoid. Let us join forces where we can. We're trying to make sure that also the development partners also get the message right. We've published a mapping of energy initiatives. You'll find that in your bags. We hope that this will go into a big way to ensure that there is some level of coordination. The aspect that I think the leaders also mentioned here is the young people. You know, the African Union Commission, the summit of heads of state that took place, they declared this year as the year of the youth. What does that mean when the heads of states and governments say that it's the year of the youth? It just means this is the biggest challenge that the continent faces. And when we talk about energy issues here, let us, at the back of our mind, think about the youth. From the partnership, we've brought young people into the room here. You'll probably see them around. We have a young lady from Congo who will be speaking to you later on. We have young journalists who, in Europe and Africa, who will be covering part of this event. The youth is, let's say, the core of our next activities, our next generation. Don't forget about the women. And in Africa, this is a very strong point, that the women bear the burden of lots of problems we face in the energy sector. So for this, it is a gender call that let us focus at the youth and also the women. I will finish by just confirming that from the partnership, we will kind of stand with this cooperation to ensure that the two sides talk to each other and to make sure that whatever we deliver as a partnership, but also at the end of this occasion, is concrete to be able to deliver also to the ministers later on this evening. I would like to thank you so much and have a good discussions.
overture. Now we have already 4 small overture, and then finally we go to the plot in the 3 acts, transition, off-grid, innovation, and training. But we have the pleasure to a short introduction also for the 5th overture by the Japanese delegation. Particularly, I'm really pleased to welcome Motome Takisawa, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Distinguished guests from the Ministry of Economic Development, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy as G7 host nation, Enel Foundation, Rest for Africa, and the Africa-EU Energy Partnership as organizer of this event, distinguished guests from G7 and African countries, ladies and gentlemen. I am Motome Takisawa, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. It is my great honor to attend this side of event of the G7 Energy Ministers meeting today on behalf of the government of Japan. Thank you very much. The African continent, with 54 countries and 1.2 billion people, is experiencing rapid growth. Now the continent, as the world's last huge market, is attracting attention and expectation from the international community. Moreover, it has abundant natural resources. With recent discoveries of oil and natural gas resources, fields concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. Africa as a whole has considerable potential of renewable energy. However, at the same time, it faces challenges such as persistent poverty, economic disparity, insufficient infrastructure development, and lack of access to modern energy. Prior to the G7 Energy Ministers meeting, which sets out energy security as its main theme, I would like to explore the importance of discussing the future of the African continent with such expectations and challenges. First of all, when we look at the energy situation around the world, we are now in a phase of great transformation. One that we could call a tectonic shift in energy supply-demand structure. We have witnessed the emergence of the United States as an energy exporter triggered by the shale gas revolution, as well as a shift of energy demand from developed countries to developing countries. In addition to this, it has becomingly crucial to promote energy saving and to expand the introduction of renewable energy in order to tackle the global issue of climate change. Next, let's look at Japan. 6 years ago, because of the Great East Japan earthquake, which also brought about significant damages to my hometown, Aomori, operations of all nuclear power plants in Japan were temporarily suspended. In response to this, a huge amount of natural gas was required as an alternative fuel for thermal power plants. What saved the day for us was flexible and fluid LNG from countries far away in Africa, such as Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, Algeria, and Angola. In the aftermath, Aomori Prefecture moved quickly to import LNG, and once the disaster was overcome, the Hachinohe LNG terminal was completed. In January 2015, a 30-meter high flare stack rose along the Hachinohe coastline to signal that operation would soon begin. This flare stack was also called the flame of minus 162 degrees Celsius by the local people, and would become a beacon of reconstruction for those people as they overcame their energy supply crisis. Thus, as the globalization of our energy situation continues, no country is an energy island. I believe that towards mutual prosperity for both energy exporting and importing countries, it is important to strengthen bilateral and multilateral cooperation through organizations such as the IEA and IRENA. Last year, Japan chaired the G7 Kita-Kyushu Energy Ministers meeting. And as touched upon in its communique, responding to multiple requirements of energy security, economic efficiency, environment, and safety, so-called 3E plus S, is an ongoing challenge for all countries, be they producer or consumer states, developed or emerging. However, there is no one versatile energy resource which can fulfill all these demands. Therefore, I believe that, as well as the promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency, and driving nuclear energy and the clean utilization of fossil fuel, including coal, would contribute to the improvement of worldwide access to energy, diversification of energy resources, and progress in energy security. Based on these ideas, and in addition to the first priority of securing energy supply to the country, Japan has set out its visions. This includes the improvement of energy access for all, reduction of environment burdens, progress in energy efficiency, and the development and promotion of new energy and renewable energy. Towards achieving this, we will play a leading role in strengthening global energy security through building win-win relations with other countries. Here, please let me introduce some of our efforts. During the 5 years from 2011 to 2015, through ODA, Japan has allocated $12.7 billion of assistance to developing countries into the energy sector, the largest amount in the world. As part of this, we have contributed $1.34 billion towards the improvement of energy access through infrastructure development support. This includes the development of energy source, including renewable energy, and the expansion of electric grids in Africa. Furthermore, at TICAD 6, held last August, in order to overcome the vulnerability to climate change in Africa and to achieve sustainable energy utilization, we announced a number of aid measures. These focus on following areas. First, the implementation of measures to counter climate change and natural disasters, including providing training to 4,000 people in the next 3 years, amounting to approximately $1.8 billion. Second, the promotion through public-private partnership of low-carbon energy systems, including solar power and geothermal power generation, using Japan's strengths in this area. To give specific examples, in 2016, we implemented Hurghada photovoltaic power plant project in Egypt and provided aid for renewable energy, such as Olkaria 5 geothermal power development project in Kenya. In Kenya, Japan's outstanding technology is widely recognized, and in the area of power generation, which utilizes the abundant geothermal heat in Kenya, Japan's contribution by both public and private sectors totals 430 megawatts and accounts for about 74% of installed capacity in Kenya. However, it is not just renewable energy. While complying with the circumstances of each country, the clean utilization of local fossil fuels is also critical. In South Africa, where low-cost coal is available, the construction of a large-scale and high-efficiency coal-fired thermal power station is underway, using the excellent technology of Japanese companies. Once part of this power station started operation and were connected to the power grid, the power condition in South Africa improved dramatically. In this manner, and while meeting the needs of African countries, Japan is proposing clean tech solutions which is the main topic of this first session. Also, I understand that the importance of education and capacity building will be discussed today. In relation to this, the construction site of the power station in South Africa, which I have just mentioned, which has become, in a way, a huge job training center. Here, in response to the shortage of skilled labor due to stagnation in the construction of power stations, skilled workers have been trained on the job. Japan's cooperation places great importance on the development of human resources, which becomes an investment for the future of the recipient countries. This reflects the principle of Japan's cooperation, namely the ownership of African countries, as well as partnership with the international society. In parallel with Japan's cooperation in the energy field, we are also working actively through efforts such as JICA's Kizuna program and the African Business Education Initiative for Youth, known as ABE Initiative. Towards a bright future of Africa, Japan will continue to actively promote economic cooperation, including high-quality infrastructure, knowledge and expertise sharing of low-carbon technology, and capacity building. I hope that there will be fruitful discussion today, and this will be a meaningful input for tomorrow's G7 Energy Ministers meeting. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And taking the same tradition, I would say arigato gozaimasu. That's arigato gozaimasu, which I'm told is thank you for your time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to welcome on stage Laura Kosi, who's the head, that's in the Energy Demand Outlook Division. She will be speaking about energy and the development in Africa, insights from the World Energy Outlook. A round of applause, please, for Madame.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And a big thanks to Rest for Africa and to Roberto for the invitation. What I would like to do with you in the next 10 minutes or so is giving you a bit of an overview of the work that we are doing at the International Energy Agency on Africa. And this is a work in progress. This is something that will be published at the end of this year, in October, and is a specific focus on energy and development. We have been working on energy access for nearly 20 years, and this was really because our current executive director, even if at the time our governing board was not very keen on focusing on Africa, was so visionary to understand that understanding what was happening in the continent was and had to be a priority. So for 20 years, we've been collecting data every year on tracking what's happening in terms of energy access. But in 2014, we realized that actually Africa is well beyond the problem of energy access. You need information to make good decisions, and there was nothing available comprehensive on the African energy sector. So we put our efforts together to put together the first ever analysis on the African continent to understand the picture, the very complex picture of the energy sector in Africa. And since then, we have been expanding that and creating collaboration with many of the African countries to understand things better. And last, but we hope that it's going to continue even further going in the years ahead, we are opening the doors of the IEA. So we have, as part of our IEA family, an African country, Morocco, that has joined together with many others of our members, part of the association, together with China, India, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, and many others, so that today we account for over 70% of global energy use. So without any further ado, let me go to the slides. We have already acknowledged that the energy is central to GDP and economic growth. What has happened in the African continent since 2000 is the following. GDP has doubled. You nearly have no other places in the world where you have a doubling of GDP. But at the same time, you still have a very huge income disparities. Nearly half of the population would be considered, for us, poor, living with less than $1.25 a day. It's very clear that energy was at the core of those countries that managed to grow faster than the others. However, I would like to stress something here. The GDP of the African continent is still very much related to what's happening to commodities. So last year, GDP of Africa grew at 2%, global GDP growth was above 3%. Why? Because the GDP of Africa is still very much related to, among other things, what happens to oil prices. The region is huge, is above 1 billion people living in Africa, consumes less than 4% of global energy use. It's nothing. And when I hear about the concerns of climate change, I think Africa represents one of the more paradoxical regions in the world. They are the region being affected the most already today with terrible droughts that are creating famine, and still they account for less than 2% of energy-related CO2 emissions. So the contrary of what we would do in sin, nor sin, but you experience all the problems of it. We talk about, our Japanese colleagues spoke about energy security, very important energy security. Africa is experiencing the worst energy insecurity ever. In two aspects of it, either you don't have electricity, or those who have it cannot rely on it. Half of the African firms that were recently surveyed by the World Bank said that one of their key reasons why the productivity is low is because electricity is there, but they don't know when it will switch off. On average, 2 hours per day, but you don't know when electricity in the continent goes off. So the largest form of energy insecurity is really experienced throughout the African continent. Another paradox, it's the continent with the largest energy resources. Largest in all sense. They are endowed with everything, oil and gas. They are endowed with a huge amount of solar, hydro, wind, geothermal resources. Very rich in resources, very poor in what we would call supply. Finally, something that has been improving over the past decades, but still quite dramatic, we are overall, this community is investing 1.6 trillion every year on energy, and Africa attracts less than 100 billion of investment. This is data that we have collected for last year. Less than 1% of global energy investment going to a country with 13% of global population. So this is a picture that you have seen probably 1 million times. It shows the electricity rate today. And this shows a very grim picture, and I don't like it very much, because all of you know that 2 out of 3 Africans today don't have electricity. But the story is much more complex than that. If you look at what has happened over the past 15 years, you see a continent in which in the year 2000, from 2000 to today, you have added to Africa basically the equivalent of the United States. So a huge demographic growth. And what have they been doing, the African countries? Nothing? Not at all. They have been electrifying a lot of people. 190 million people more were electrified in the last 15 years. One very good news, last year for which we have data, and we published this in New York last week, is the first time in 2014 that we actually saw the number of people in Africa without access declining. Why? Because the continent managed for the first time to electrify 40 million people in 2014, and this was larger than the new population that was born that year, 27 million. A huge, fantastic news. And this is dispersed. You have many countries that have contributed to this effort. So not only grim news, there are also positive news. This is the continent where energy demand growth is going to be the fastest. You will not be surprised if you look forward to 2040, we would see a composition of all sources growing. But in this chart, I just want to focus on 2 things here. First, gas, and second, biomass. Gas. We see a quite significant incremental growth of natural gas. But what I want to stress here is not so much the self-consumption that is going for electricity generation as well as for productive uses. I want to stress another thing, the role of Africa in global energy security. It's not often mentioned, but Africa is and is, even today, securing energy and energy security for Europe. We never mentioned that. But has been the pillar of energy security for European citizens have been African gas. Going forward, we expect this to play a much larger role. Our Japanese colleague has mentioned the role of the US going forward, but immediately after that, in incremental growth to supply LNG to the world, we see several African countries coming into the picture, including Mozambique. Biomass. We always talk about electricity access, very rarely about the problem of cooking. We have today a larger part of the population in Africa that is cooking with traditional methods. This is currently not tackled by the international community. There is no business to make there, we completely ignore it. But this has an enormous impact on women, on children, and on average 600,000 people per year die prematurely for this. We need to work together much more with the health community, not only with the development community, to try to tackle this huge, huge problem. This is not the biomass that we are pushing in Europe to fight climate change. This is not biofuels. This is wood, charcoal, dung. This is really things that could be improved, and it's not a matter of money. This is completely different. It's a matter of social acceptance and going forward with and working with the local people to solve this problem. We have the technology. Mr. Venturini said that technology is not a problem, and this is even more true for this issue. We look at the power sector 1 second. Electricity growth in Africa, the fastest growing in the world. What you see here is very clear. Africa is the continent that can develop, for the first time ever in human history, with a combination of cleaner sources, gas and renewables. No other continent was able to do so. And we are not saying so because we think it's nice. We think so because it makes economic sense. Those are the resources that for Africa makes sense to use. Hydro. This year, Ethiopia will see at the light of the day of the Renaissance Dam. We very welcome that. A huge project that can provide access to millions. But at the same time, we are seeing huge potential for solar, microgrids and mini-grids. And I will spend a bit more on this specific topic in a second. Gas, the potential is huge in the east and in the west coast, a combination of geothermal in Kenya and other places. The resources and opportunities are there. The cost the technologies are mature to provide economic growth. Spend 1 minute more on decentralized solutions and what we need to do to provide access to everyone. The sad news in the chart that I showed before is even if we triple the generation as it shows in the graph, we will not manage to electrify all the people in Africa. We need to do more. We need to do more, and it's marginally a problem of money. Money is not the issue. We need to work more and understand better with the countries what are the right solutions that apply there. And in many, many cases, we hear a very polarized debate that is not helpful between on-grid versus off-grid. This is not the issue. Africa and all African countries need both. And only with a combination and a strategy that promotes both, we will be able to electrify everyone. The good news here is the following, that a few years back, we wouldn't have been able to say that off-grid and mini-grid could have played such a big role. But there are 3 things that have happened in the past 2 to 3 years. Technology costs have gone down tremendously, not only for solar. Solar we have heard a lot. We need to look at the demand side as well. What about LEDs, more efficient appliances? They're there. And a combination of those can really make a big intent in terms of on-grid, off-grid and decentralized solution. A third thing that was merely mentioned today, digitalization. Digital finance and mobile phones in Africa are revolutionizing everything. In most of the other parts of the world, we have seen mobile uses following electricity uses. What's happening in Africa is the other way around. You have more people having mobile phones and fewer people having electricity. This is not a problem. This is an opportunity because through mobile phones, now we can enable them to pay as you go, and enable new business models. Very quickly, and I'm going to close, We are nearly there with the amount of money we need. Last year, we invested around 88 billion. We need to scale a bit more, but there has to be a switch. Less for export, more for domestic. Very simple. I will conclude. We have said it at the beginning. Energy per se doesn't mean anything. It's energy for development that matters. What do we need? We need three things. Improving energy sector governance, and this we cannot do. It has to be done together with our African friends. We need regional cooperation. Again, we need to do it together with our African friends. And we need to do capacity building. And here, let me say that we have one person, Emanuela Colombo, in this room that is really a flagship for both Italy and Africa working in this topic. There is something quite unique happening today. There is an alignment of three things that I think we need all to take advantage of. There is a big political momentum. Mr. Otieno mentioned that earlier. It's recent that energy is so much high on the political agenda. We need to use it. The other two things that I mentioned earlier, cost reduction and new business model, are new. That's why this is a new moment. We can push forward all together to reach and have new solutions. I said this earlier. We really want to see and say all together, Sub-Saharan Africa was the first continent that made it without using more polluting fuels, and made it fueling mostly by renewables and natural gas. In terms of us, the IEA, myself, my colleague Paolo, and many others that are here in the room, will continue to work on Africa and put all our efforts there, including in October with this special focus on Sub-Saharan Africa. I would like to conclude. We have heard Jumbo and Kisses. Today in Italy is Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday is, for us, we celebrate with an olive tree, and this is a symbol of peace. And for me, one of these leaves is us, is energy, working together for development and peace. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, please stand. Madam Laura, please stand. No, we agreed you're not supposed to clap. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you very much. And you challenged me right there, because when you say Africa is rich and rich in resources, but we just poor in terms of looking at implementations, that's exactly what we're going to discuss in the next panels. And I really want to encourage the policymakers and all the policy players who are here, who've traveled all the way from Africa. Really, I think it's a challenge to all of us to ensure that we have more partnerships and have more integration to ensure that we are not described and those statistics will not be the same should we convene again here next year. So it's the next deliberations that are going to take place. Please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Paolo Frankel, who's the head of renewable energy at the International Energy Agency. Paolo has promised to keep this short. So I hand it over to you, my moderator, to proceed to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm very honored and very pleased to moderate this session. I'm Paolo Frankel, I'm the head of renewables at the IEA. Let me immediately call my panelists here for this session, number one, on the transition towards sustainable clean tech solutions. So I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Baroudi, Directeur Société d'investissement énergétique du Maroc. Ms. Christine Linz, Executive Secretary of REN21. Mr. Manuel Berlengiero, Senior Energy Specialist at the Africa Energy Unit of the World Bank. Manuel. My friend, Mr. Salvatore Vinci, Deputy Head of Policy at IRENA. And Mr. Chris Benzana, Senior Energy Advisor at the African Union Commission. So, in half an hour or so, I would like to steer this discussion around three main keywords. One, the enablers. Second, private investment. Third, infrastructure. And I would like to start immediately with a question to you, Christine Linz. We have heard a lot already on technology progress. We have seen technology progress is immense, but we also heard this is not just a technology progress. So what are the barriers? my colleague Laura said, the continent has the potential to leapfrog towards cleaner energy solution, to renewables, to natural gas, to other forms, but it collects only 1% of world global investment. This single number really hit my attention as well. What are the barriers, in your opinion, and most importantly, what are the enablers to overcome these barriers? Christine.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Is that working? Yes, it is. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think, we have to acknowledge, when talking about the barriers, that we have already made a lot of progress. So we saw a record increase of investment on the African continent from 1 billion in 2004 to about 12.5 billion in renewables in 2015. And that's partly due to South Africa, with its success of the independent power producer program, to Morocco, and then also to other countries such as Uganda or Ethiopia or Kenya. So I think we have success stories where we see that things are moving, but we also see that compared to the huge continent, this is just, I would say, a drop on the stone. And so what is definitely needed is stability in the policy framework. I think it's everywhere the same in the world, that countries with strong policies for renewables are the ones developing industry. And I think it's very important for the African continent that we also talk about local industry development. Of course, there needs to be cooperation, but I think it's very important, especially given the fact that this is a very large growing population with a lot of youth. We need to create jobs there on the ground. So there is this need. What we at REN21, what we've been doing is we have been working in the last couple of years together with regional centers for renewables and energy efficiency that were created by UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And we have developed some regional reports for the MENA region, the ECOWAS region, the SADC region, and Eastern Africa. We also work there in close cooperation with RES for Africa, because what we think is really, and I liked very much the introduction of our moderator when he said, I'm the storyteller from Kenya. I would say we are trying to be the storytellers from the renewable sector, and so we are trying to develop regional baselines and put them in the hands of the partners there in the region, so that on the one hand, you can see what are the policy frameworks, but you can also then monitor the progress that is made, because I think you need to tell a regional story about the potential, and that will attract investors, and that will then help to reach these goals that you have mentioned.
So you mentioned policy stability. My second question, going immediately to the point, to scale up, we will need, I think we have a technical echo problem. To scale up, someone mentioned $1 trillion, we will need absolutely the role of the private investors. So my next question is this policy stability enough to attract the private investors in investment at scale that we will need? I would like to ask you, Mr. Baroudi, you have a lot of experience in Morocco. Morocco is often mentioned as an example country. What do we need really to attract private investors at scale in Africa? Please. Yes.
Well, we need in Africa, to attract private investment in Africa, we need to create security conditions for private investors. We need to guarantee these security conditions through mechanisms, specific financial mechanisms, specific guarantees, allowing private investors to be confident in their investment action, otherwise we will not success. Currently we are working on trying to develop some new investment models for privates with private partners through many several tools, banks, funds, and some guarantee mechanisms. dealing with two great institutions acting in Africa. I mean, African Development Bank and Islamic Development Bank, largely present in Africa. The objective is to use these institutions to build sustainable security conditions for private investment, to leverage their money, their institutional money, locally, in order to develop these investment conditions to secure private investors to come and to invest, because there is wide capacities in private investment, and we started to work with some groups. One of them is one group called Eagle Group, and the objective is to start from this year concrete actions to empower Africa and to target immediately the weaknesses. I mean, education questions, because there is a lack of education, regulatory questions, because there is a lack of regulatory actions, and to provide support to governments and to share experiences. In Morocco, we have the chance to have some positive anticipations today, and we are in situation to share this experience, not to copy-paste again, but to adapt it and to share it between African countries.
Can you say more? You're saying you are experienced in Africa, so you are expanding your activities from Morocco to other African countries. Can you give some examples? What is coming next?
If you look to the media, our king is moving toward Africa very fast, very often. And he's opening the doors, and he's developing a relationship between African countries. He started by Sub-Saharan Africa, now he's also addressing the whole continent and the east of Africa also. And we developed many conventions in energy involving Moroccan operators to share their experience and their knowledge, to develop capacities. We have already studied, for example, the needs in terms of knowledge, concrete knowledge, sector per sector in renewable energy and energy efficiency sectors, all sectors. So these capacities are clearly identified in Morocco. Why do we keep that only for us? The idea is to share this experience, to share this analysis, and to save time, because we don't have time. Why? Because look to the demography of Africa. The demography, that's the biggest problem, from my opinion. We will have in our continent a little bit less than half of the worldwide population by 2050. So we have to anticipate now, and we are in a hurry.
Good. Now, can I ask now an even more specific question on financing? De-risking investment was mentioned. There are some tools. What is the role of the development banks in that? Can you, Dr. Berengero, say something on this? To what extent these tools are needed in order to reduce the risk of investment and attract private capital?
Yes, and thank you very much for the invitation to today, which is an extremely interesting event. Maybe I'll touch upon what was being said in terms of DFI's intervention, and it's important to recognize that the concessional financing and the public financing is not enough to really finance the transformation that Africa needs. This is the real, hence the importance of private sectors and commercial financing in really financing and transformation. In terms of what tools exist, in fact, many donors and many DFIs have several tools. What is actually happened in the past is that those tools are really utilized on an ad hoc basis. I'm thinking about the guarantee or the swaps or other financial tools that can be deployed quickly. What will be important, in my opinion, going forward is to have a systematic approach to the risking of investment. So An approach can goes from the design of the investment all the way to the implementation financial close and forward. I'll take the example because I know that is an initiative that is being promoted in Africa today, the Scaling Solar initiative the World Bank Group is doing in several countries, started with Zambia, Senegal, and moving to Ethiopia and Madagascar, and hopefully will go forward. It's an initiative that is really brings together all the tools that the bank has in terms of the risk in investment to create a viable market for solar power in the client countries. It supports tendering, a fast and transparent tendering, and it actually gives to the developer the possibility to benefit from term sheet in IFC financing, which will be available already at the tendering stage. The IDA guarantees, which is actually a guarantee on loan guarantee and payment guarantees, and a MEGA political risk insurance. So basically, the developer stepping in a new market will have also, I forgot, there is all the upstream work of analysis, so which site will be selected, the environmental and social due diligence. The idea is to address there is in the position paper on this event, the term three-headed monster for investor that wants to go into the market. Three-headed monster is actually the financial and economic risk, the safeguard, environmental and social risk, and the regulatory institutional risk. So Scaling Solar try to address all these monsters at the same time, providing investor with information and with credit enhancement mechanism. So in short, I think you need to have an integrated approach if you really want to scale up renewable. And why not repeating the same for wind or hydropower or other resources in Africa?
Can I ask you, when do you expect first results? I have to say, I was recently in Johannesburg at an event done by your group at IFC, and I was quite shocked to learn that in 2016, no single deal on solar reached financial closure in Africa. This for me was a negative shock. Do you think that, I'm sure that your scaling up solar initiative is very important, but when and where do you expect the first result to be very tangible? I believe in good examples to create, what can you say?
Well, I think the Zambia case is the closest one. It went recently to our board and is actually hopefully reaching financial closure in the next few months. Senegal is expected to reach financial closure at the end of the year. But there have been some projects that have been not within the Scaling Solar initiative, but other solar projects that have been reached financial closure in Africa and over the past year. In fact, if you look at the projection of countries in terms of taking up renewable, it's impressive what countries. I'll give the example of Senegal. Senegal plans to be 24% renewable in 2 years. This is actually the percentage of installed capacity of California in terms of renewable. It's amazing the scale up that they want to do. That's the objective, and then we need to support the governments to make it. But it's an impressive
That's a very
objective.
good example. I didn't know that number. Yeah. Now, can I now shift to the other panelists? And I would like to go to the African Commission. We heard in particular from my colleague Laura Cozzi. She said the solution will be a combination of centralized supply energy with, of course, more infrastructure, grids, regional cooperation, and a combination with more off-grid mini-grid. To you first, Mr. Zana, how much regional cooperation in Africa and the construction of big infrastructure, how much do they play a role for the future of a cleaner energy mix in Africa?
Maybe before I speak, let me apologize on behalf of the director of the African Union Commission, who was supposed to be here, as you saw his name on the screen. Unfortunately, towards his plan to come here, he couldn't come. So I'm here speaking also on behalf of him. The energy in Africa, I think we are all aware, as we saw on the screen, that the challenges are bigger than what we think. The cooperation is already in gear. I think David Otieno alluded on the number of initiatives which are already in Africa. I'm sure most of you who have been to Africa, you have also realized that the competition is quite tough, but the cooperation is required. What we should observe is on the African platform itself, there's already quite a lot of regional initiatives which have started. Let me just mention a few. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, there was the ministerial meeting of the African Ministers of Energy together with Transport and ICT, who also really stressed on the point that we need to move towards mini-grids in the rural development. We know that the equation of populations and energy access is quite serious. We have more than 60% of people living in rural areas. We have more than 60 people without access to energy. We have more than 60 people who depend on agriculture, and agriculture being one of the major equations in African development. When we look at the GDC, it's contributing to more than 20% from agriculture. So we need to look at this integration of other sectors. For example, agriculture and energy. We're looking at energy and water. There are so many regional programs already, like the river basin programs, which look at irrigation as one of their major activity. And if we look at that, we'll need to interface energy and other regional programs. The African Development Bank has come up with what they call the New Deal, which emphasizes on not only looking at energy as an aspect of, we concentrate on energy, but how do we link with others? We also have heard from the Sustainable Energy for All last week. There was a workshop in Abidjan where the mini-grid has become the emphasis. And this is something to partner with, to look at, okay, if the African Development Bank, together with Sustainable Energy for All hub in Abidjan, are going for mini-grids, what is our share in that? How can we partner with that? We also had a meeting of ECRI and other partners who already elaborated. In the West Africa alone, they are planning 4,000 mini-grids. So you can see already these are already regional programs which are ongoing, and what we need to do is just to say partner with what is ongoing instead of creating something which is totally new. I think I will leave it there so that we have some more.
Can questions. I just ask you, where exactly are these 4,000 projects happening? Can you say some examples of concrete examples where this is happening in terms of countries or regions or?
Okay, the 4,000 I'm mentioning is ECOWAS alone, and ECOWAS is 15 countries in West Africa.
Very good.
So which you should be, you know that Africa is divided into 5 regions. It's the West, which is ECOWAS, then you have the Central, which is CEAP. You have the Northern, which you call here the Mediterranean, but we call it Northern Africa. We have the East Africa, and then we have the Southern Africa. And each region has got its own master plan where renewables is quite a major part. Plus, they are now looking at rural setups, which are mini-grids.
Thank you so much. Now, Salvatore Vinci, IRENA has had quite a long experience in working on mini-grids, off-grid application. Can you elaborate a little bit of your experience, your studies? How do you see this going up in Africa? Is it going really so quickly and so visible as it was just said?
Thank you, Paolo. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, it's clear that now the off-grid, standalone and mini-grid are not on the sidelines anymore. There is awareness that they will be at the core of the electrification strategy, in addition to complement grid extension. So, as also Laura was saying before, grid extension, standalone, mini-grid are all part of the same puzzle. If of course there are different challenges between standalone solar system and mini-grids. If we look at what happened with the standalone, with the solar system, the huge development, especially in East Africa, was driven by innovation. Innovation in technology, mobile payment, and innovation in business model, pay-as-you-go, in addition to the decreasing cost of PV. We had the 3rd International Off-Grid Renewable Energy Conference in Kenya in October. Some of you were there. And what was really very interesting was the fact that many developers are speaking not only with the Ministry of Energy, but also with the Ministry of Digital Economy, with the Ministry of Education. Because more and more in a few years, probably in a few months, the solar home system will include efficient appliances, television, computers in addition to internet. So it will be amazing to see how this system will be useful for education, for example, upload and share content. So again, the link between energy and other sectors. Regarding mini-grid, we are also working with the CRE and African Development Bank. The potential is huge. And we have just released a report on policy and regulation to private sector mini-grid. 2-3 points, if you allow me to highlight from the report. One, in many countries, still there is no legal framework that allows private sector to generate, distribute, and sell electricity. And this is, of course, the first rule. We have seen that in many countries, the private sector has grown under the radar, but if a developer wants to go to a bank and ask some finance, will not get if it doesn't have an official role. Tariff regulation. We have to allow mini-grid to be commercially viable and sustainable. This means that sometimes we need a differentiated tariff between grid-connected consumers and mini-grid. Mini-grid may have higher tariff, differentiated tariff. And tariffs should allow this differentiated. Otherwise, we will need to provide financial support to mini-grid, one way or the other, but we still need it. Often the alternative is not mini-grid or grid extension. Often the alternative is a mini-grid or nothing for 10 years, because the grid we know is not going to arrive, it's going to arrive soon. And clarity on grid electrician plan is also very important. Many regulations are exempting mini-grid below a certain threshold from tariff regulation. Another important point is clarity on what happens when the grid arrives. So no mini-grid developer is going to invest, no investor is going to invest in mini-grid if we don't have clarity on what happens when the grid arrives. In the report that I was mentioning, we are highlighting different approaches. The mini-grid can become a generator and feed into the grid, or can become a distributor, or can just be compensated for the stranded asset. The important thing that should be clear in advance, and this is the important role of government and regulator, what are the conditions if the grid arrives? So these are, let's say, the key point, and one is the elephant in the room, probably, the access to finance. Access to finance is still very important. There are mini-grid, different technologies in different phases need different kind of finance. In IRENA, following the conference, we have developed a platform which is the marketplace, where we try to facilitate the matchmaking between developer and financing institutions. If we talk with financing institutions, they say there are no good projects. If we talk with the project developer, they say there is not finance. We try to facilitate this role.
Can I ask you one extra thing that comes from something that President Venturini has said? We need to listen to their needs, and we need to combine with something else, which can be, I don't know, economic development. Do you see examples where this is happening, where the providers are not just bringing electricity, but also something else?
Absolutely.
Have you seen it?
Absolutely.
Where?
For example, what I was mentioning, we had the forum last week in New York, and now what I was mentioning before, in the case of solar system, they are including already efficient appliances, and in the case of mini-grid, productive uses, for example, are fundamental for the sustainability itself of the project. To include in the mini-grid productive uses, anchor load, is essential for the sustainability itself. So I think it's necessary to go in direction. In addition to the fact, and this is what is behind the SDGs, Laura was saying, let's think about, actually Mr. Venturini was saying, why we need the kilowatt hour, the use of the kilowatt hour. And I would like to highlight that in addition to the food and the energy for the value chain, and in addition to the water pumping, the World Health Organization highlighted that 1 billion people are served by rural health centers without electricity. 1 billion people. So I think also looking at the social aspect of electricity and the use of the kilowatt hour, that's something that should be a priority in the electrification strategy.
Thank you very much. Now, can I ask now a cross-cutting question, which is slightly delicate given the presence of an important actor here? The role of the incumbents. What kind of game do they play? Are they collaborating? Are they proactive in some cases, or are sometimes the main barrier? Can I ask, first of all, your experience in Morocco?
Incumbents in, it's, the history. So in Europe, and there is no reason to have different stories in Africa. So incumbents at the beginning are not that cooperative. It's normal because change is difficult to be admitted by incumbents. And by experience, by success stories, we somewhere show to the incumbents the win-win devenir, the win-win solutions that we can build together while we open the market for all. It's very important to pass through that direction with incumbents if we want to cooperate, to convince them that they can win too. And this exercise is a mandatory one, and they have to realize it, and then they collaborate. But when they start the collaboration, it's very powerful. We can go fast.
Can I reformulate my question to the others, maybe in a softer way? Apologies for being slightly direct with you. Can utilities and incumbents become part of the solution? Do you see this coming? Who else want to comment? Christine, please.
Well, I actually, yes, now it's on. I actually come back from the SE Fall Forum in New York, where we launched our new Renewables Global Futures report, where we asked about 120 experts around the world the question what they think about 100% renewables. It's not advocating for 100% renewables, it's really asking the question and then distilling basically 12 great debates, the subjects that need to be debated to arrive there. And funny enough, at the launch there, we had a representative of a French utility that has recently created a division for 100% renewable energy solutions. So, you know me, I'm always trying to be on the positive side. I fully agree with you. I think when the utilities, they have to be part of the energy transition because they have the knowledge. And some of them, they understand that they prepare with such a division. They clearly do this to prepare the business case for the future. So I think that has to be encouraged and that has to be the news has to be further spread rather than focusing on those who still don't see the potential.
Very good. Anyone want to comment on this? No, it's not mandatory. We can go to another question.
It's actually an interesting question. I would say that I take a bit of a perspective of the government and the utility, given our main counterparts. And across Africa, you see different behaviors depending on actually what is the country that you are referring to. What I notice that the most success comes when you have ownership from the utility and the government, when this is really strong, political driven to develop renewable, but also I go back to the presentation before on the reform of the utility. I mean, if you have in the same time also a utility that wants to reform and improve its credit worthiness, it really helps private sector to move in. So it's really a mixed feeling, but ownership is important.
Please. Yeah, I think there is a tendency that utilities are reforming in a big way, but they need to be attracted by the business attractiveness. What we have seen is Zambia, for example. They have made quite significant reform, and we see many countries are following the same. What we are doing at the African Union with the support of the EU is to have this regional regulatory framework being reformed, and the plan already is to go down to even to the mini grids and to see that the utilities become the main actors in that. What we have known is that most of the utilities are coming from a history where they are government controlled, and government has never been very flexible to let them go because it's a political tool. But with the pressure of the demand for electricity, it's starting to happen. And we are very optimistic that with the tough regulatory reform program which is coming, which is started already, there is going to be significant change in Africa.
But can I ask you, who ensures the financial stability of the utilities? Because this is sometimes the very
That's
problem.
I think that's you have touched on the very key point. The finance, I see that what I mentioned before is we need to look at what is the economic potential of wherever we are starting to do something in energy. It's not a question of having the energy or the electricity first, and then afterwards we look at what can be done in economy. We need to look at what can be done. We have quite typical examples of programs which are running on their own, like the mining sector, DRC, for example. In as much as we talk that DRC is not electrified, but you go to the mining industry, they are doing it by themselves. We're looking at agro-processing factories, which are just saying, okay, I'm doing my own thing, and what I want in the end is business. They are not even concerned about the tariff. They're just concerned about whether the energy I'm going to install will be making sense. And this is the way we have to go forward. We have to look at the economic sense first before we come to say we just go in with energy. The biggest challenge is with our rural communities. We always think they cannot pay, and there's no way we can go to them with mini grids. They are not able to pay. But when you look at, they are sitting on big potential. Most of them are agricultural farmers. And if they are put in a really sensible chain of business, they can be able to pay. And that has been proven by many studies now that the rural mini grids can be able, if you attach productive use of energy to anything what you do there.
This is already a very good starting conclusion. Let me go towards the conclusion with a mini question to you all. 30 seconds. The single most important thing to happen to unlock the potential of leapfrogging that we spoke about before. If you have to choose only one measure, what is next? Who wants to start? Please. Chrissy.
So I think the single most measure is to create stable policy frameworks.
Okay.
I mean, we still must not forget that the net power capacity installed on the African continent is lower than the one of Germany. So we have a huge scale of a challenge ahead of us, and what is needed is scale up. And it's scale up also of African solutions and stability of the policy framework.
I fully agree with that. Regulatory frameworks generalized in Africa are mandatory, and that's certainly the first brick. But the immediate following brick is the investment conditions that we have to develop, but we have to be careful. We cannot copy-paste classical models we learned in universities or that we apply in Europe or anywhere else. It's my experience. We have to develop locally, to consider local conditions, local mentalities, local situations, to develop projects, and then to decline financial models that we can apply concretely.
Manuel.
Yes, I think we get a consensus at the end that I think I agree it's fixing the upstream and regulatory institutional framework and the business climate. All the de-risking mechanisms are transitory in time. The idea is that at some point they are not needed anymore. But I will just add a bit of a twist. I think regional integration is very important in Africa. And I think that, as the colleague, the other panelist was saying, you have 5 regions. You need to optimize how this development of renewable energy is done. Where is hydro, optimize the hydro, interconnect countries. So that for me is also a big priority.
Well, I would say the title of the answer would be a better cooperation between public and private sector. But to do this, an enabling environment which include institutional framework, policy and regulation, access to finance, capacity building.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just want to allude on the word leapfrog. Is a nice word, but we should be careful that the frog does not leap into a hole.
Okay. On this
I think it goes back to what my colleague says from Morocco, that we have to really understand the situation on the ground.
Yeah.
And there are so many studies, but we don't want to ignore those. We have to really understand what is happening, situation by situation, country by country, region by region, or district by district, and we can come up with an answer.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Please join me in applauding this panel for going towards much more concrete solutions, and of course many kisses to Christian Linz.
Thank you very much. And a round of applause, please, to Paolo Frankel. Let's give a... I was scared that Paolo, a kind gentleman from IEA, will be taking up my job, but I'm happy to be back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that we are live streaming this courtesy of Rest for Africa online. And I normally say this, especially when I'm on TV, that there's what's a courtesy, or shall I say the etiquette of being on TV. First is to sit next to somebody who you'll be proud with to be seen on television. Most of you might not be proud to sit next to somebody. Ensure that you still maintain your positions, and you also smile to the person sitting next to you, to your left and to your right, so that you'll be proud of the video that will be produced afterwards. But thank you all very much, the technical team working hard to make sure that this is also relayed to our friends back home who also want to follow these proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, calling for more partnerships, calling for more collaborations. We want to still continue these discussions, and shall I say now we've engaged the second gear. Moving on to the session discussing on innovative solutions for secure and sustainable energy access. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Francesco Cattusci, who's the head of mini-grids at Enel Green Power. Francesco, welcome. Thank you. And with that handshake is just a soft handover for him to take over the next session as he calls the discussants on stage. Francesco,
thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will start with this nice picture. 1878, 139 years ago, world population was 1.2 billion. And they were not electrified because the incandescent lamp was about to be invented by Mr. Thomson and would have given the start to the global electrification process. 2017, world population is 7.4 billion, and 1.2 billion are still not electrified. As we saw before, 50% of them live in sub-Saharan Africa, which is home to 13% of the world population, but accounts only for 4% of its energy demand. Little over, I would say, 1 year ago, I've been appointed in Enel Green Power to look at this problem and possibly find a solution. Not an easy task, as you can imagine. And while the market seems to provide multiple solutions, people in rural areas are still living in the dark. So I asked myself, how come? As opposed to 1878, today there are many conditions that apparently would simplify the problem resolution. So the introduction of the distributed generation, dropping costs on PV and storage, digitalization, introduction of smart mobile payments, advanced geographic information systems, and nevertheless, people there are still living in the dark. Thus, we decided as Enel Green Power, in collaboration with Rest for Africa as well, to step back and try to reframe the problem, widening our side on it. We wanted to see by ourselves what was really happening in Africa. So we have spent months on the ground working with communities, authorities, NGOs, and all kinds of stakeholders. And here is what we found. We found an ecosystem in which each party is really working hard to both to try to solve the problem and achieve its own interest. So we saw governments working on national grid extension, putting the best efforts to deploy available resources they have in terms of time and money. We saw solar home systems companies working hard to grab the best spot to facilitate their own product distribution and retail channel. That is a key factor for the profitability of this business. Then we saw mini-grid operators involved in a kind of golden rush to take the most promising and potentially profitable villages with higher population density and higher load demand. We saw NGOs putting, I would say, an incredible effort to bring energy to the few villages they are working with. And finally, well, not finally, we saw donors that are injecting millions in projects that have very little hope to scale. And finally, unfortunately, again, we saw people, hundreds of millions of people that nevertheless are still living in the dark. So every time we came back home from Africa with many questions and one certain answer. The work hard approach has not provided, and in our opinion, will not provide the expected results. So it's time to converge efforts and let the ecosystem start working smarter rather than harder. It's time to get together in the same boat and draw in the same direction with the same pace and fully synchronized. In order to do that, we really need to rethink the role of energy in these people's lives, design the most effective solution around them in terms of time, cost, and impact, plan the deployment of the solution itself, and eventually execute it. Rethink, design, plan, and execute. These are the key 4 pillars to create a measurable and consistent improvement in the energy access. Let's give a closer look at these pillars. So first, while rethinking the approach, we should bear in mind what African rural communities have in common. Number 1, economy based predominantly on farming. Number 2, average income from $2 to $6 per day. Number 3, extremely low population density. Number 4, high ratio between customer with residential energy needs and customer with business energy needs. That results in low energy demand. These features make every currently existing solution difficult, very difficult to be sustainable, fully sustainable. In particular, solar home systems well satisfy individual residential energy needs, but do not allow to use energy for business, hindering the use of energy as an engine for development. Mini-grids, from one side, are able to satisfy the business needs, but on the other side, have prohibitive costs of network infrastructure in case of low densely populated areas. Grid extension, certainly more expensive and slower in the deployment for all the villages that are just over about 3 kilometers from the existing network infrastructure. And that let us understand that there is no a single solution to achieve the universal energy access. Solar home system, mini-grids, and grid extension have to be combined and deployed intelligently to provide the most effective solution in terms of cost and service to customer. If we look with this approach, the design of the solution begins to be clearer. Grid extension shall be done every time. The cost of extending the grid to get to the village is less than the off-grid generation facility that the village would require. That results in grid extension up to just about 3 kilometers from the existing grid, being the most effective solution, provided that then the DISCOs have the resources to execute that. Over that distance, off-grid solutions are the only viable way to serve these people. Density population and load demand should drive the decision to serve them with mini-grids or isolated solar home system. The implementation of this approach, it will not happen leaving the DISCOs and the off-grid solution providers operate by themselves without any planning. So clear and transparent planning will help to define realistic and measurable targets, and we help the stakeholders rowing in the same direction and at the same pace rather than one against the other. Planning includes the definition of the rules and conditions to make universal access happen. Authorities and government have the responsibility to create such rules and conditions. Policy and regulation are doubtless the best accelerator and investment catalyzer for this sector. If we were able to rethink, plan in the appropriate way, then execution will be easy and fast and effective. Last but not least, I want to share with you all a lesson I learned in this last year of work that we all should bear in mind, and I would say that it's very aligned to the concept have been shared before. Access to energy is just a piece of a much more complex challenge. So provide energy to power a fridge that will allow people to store vegetables for 2 additional days before it gets rotten. It will be unfortunately useless if those people do not have the improved market connection to sell the additional vegetable that they stored. The reality is that electricity alone is a dead end. It is necessary, but not sufficient condition to improve the economic and social development in rural communities. Therefore, new business models putting the development first have to be explored. This will require entrepreneurs adopting a more holistic approach, listening to the communities they are willing to serve, understanding their needs, and creating sustainable development opportunities, dealing with the whole value chain and not just with a piece of it. Beyond the energy approach for sustainable development in Africa is the title of the white paper that you will find in your bag. We wrote in collaboration with Rest for Africa that captures our findings and ends up with a call for collaboration for each stakeholder that is inside and outside this room that is willing to join forces and experimenting new ways of triggering a cycle of business and community prosperity, which can lead to enduring profits and benefits. Thank you. So to further discuss about the innovative solution for secure and sustainable energy access, I would like to invite on the stage our panelists, Alizée de Tonac, CEO and co-founder of Seedstar World. Please applause for her. Virginia Taborda, Solar Kiosk, Director of Business Development. Aaron Leopold, Global Energy Representative at Practical Action. Pierre Young, President, African Engineers Association. And Astria Fataki, Energy Generation, President and winner of Young Leaders in Energy Access Award. Welcome, and thank you to our panelists. So we have discussed about Africa and how Western countries and culture is trying to address problems in Africa. I would ask to Pierre Young, President of African Engineering Association. The association is an organization whose members are young African engineering studying and working in Italy. And so you have the privilege to have a clear view and deep understanding of the Africa energy challenge, and at the same time, the Western approach of trying to resolve it. What are, in your opinion, the game changer that will allow a faster and effective improvement in the energy access? I think, yes.
Francesco, merci de me passer la parole. Je remercie toutes les personnes qui...
I would like to thank everybody, and thank you for giving me the chance.
Plus de 50 États est un vaste territoire avec, qui présente beaucoup d'opportunités aujourd'hui. En effet, parler de...
That has many opportunities. Talking about long-term strategies, means that we have to consider the current and future needs. Normally, for longer-term strategies, we need to consider the current needs. But what is also important is to think about a participatory approach. For example, we have a problem, that of climate change. We went from a simple issue, that of climate change, to fighting climate change. So, for example, what is the role of Africa in fighting climate change? Would it be possible for her to have a greater role as to climate change? Well, I'm saying this because this is a serious issue, and solving such an issue means having all the right energies to get rid of this. So what is the role of Africa in the climate change context? Africa is a wide territory with lots of opportunities, as I said, but today the growth rate is, we know what the growth rate is, and shortly Africa will have the same needs as Western countries today. So we should start thinking about Africa in terms of better available technologies. So I think that as to investments, Africa represents a huge opportunity.
Entrepreneurship seems to be an important piece of the puzzle to solve the energy challenge in Africa. I would say not only the energy challenge, probably. Seedstar has for mission to impact people's life in emerging markets through technology and entrepreneurship. You scout over 5,000 startups per year with your program. Nevertheless, African entrepreneurship, I would say, is something that we don't read every day about in our newspaper in the Western world. So what is the state of entrepreneurship in Africa today, and how it can facilitate, speed up, and leapfrogging?
Yes, so actually it's quite positive. Right now we estimate that there are over 400 hubs of entrepreneurs around the continent. And so we qualify a hub where there is a co-working space, an acceleration program. So it's programs that support the scaling of entrepreneurs and incubators, etc. The kind of big three markets right now in terms of investments, so VC funding, is Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, the very big markets. We're seeing a lot of growth in Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, and other countries. So it's true that every government is directly or indirectly supporting entrepreneurship because of the crisis of unemployment and the growth of the population, which is going to double in the next 2 decades. What's very interesting to see also is they're starting to have some success story. We're still very much at the initial stage, and that's why we need so much more support and stakeholders to get involved, because it fundamentally will probably be the solution for energy and other sectors, where in Europe we have seen the disruption of the banking system or insurance with the digital economy. But in Africa, it will probably be the launch pad, the first step in accessing these industries, which is a very different game. And it will have to be a big, I still believe, kind of upfront investment, in the sense that you can't just think of energy, as we have mentioned so many times along the day, as kind of just this end product. You have to think about the whole infrastructure that goes around it. You have to be kind of this bulk product to sell. So if you imagine e-commerce in Africa, Jumia, the biggest e-commerce in Africa, they had to think, okay, what is going to be my payment gateway? So they had to start it from scratch. They had to start from scratch the procurement. And you have to be able to do these services on top in order to reap the benefits from your core business. So it's optimistic. There still needs heavy investment. Talent is everywhere, so for sure it will come from the African continent, but it still has to be a very strong stakeholder 360 approach in providing energy and access to electricity to this and the future population.
What are, just to continue, I'm curious, what are the main industries in which you see innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa right now?
So Africa made a major buzz with mobile payment. The reality is now that over 70% of all financial services come from sub-Saharan Africa. The most famous example is M-Pesa, which was launched by Safaricom in Kenya. You have to understand that now over half of the GDP of the country passes through this. And I remember my friends in Switzerland, I don't know where we stand in Italy, but we were kind of super proud that we could pay with SMS our transportation. Well, it's kind of a prehistoric news when you talk to sub-Saharan Africa, but there are still people that don't have access to electricity and very much so illiterate. So there's this, we're starting to see this very strong paradox. So the financial service was the first one. In terms of the previous research that we made on investment, the big sectors right now is agri-tech, fintech, insurtech, and then we'll move into kind of the more challenging sectors such as healthcare and education, which in the end all participate in the possibility of providing electricity to everyone. It's really like, you can't approach it in kind of a straightforward, my core business, nothing else will be involved in order to make a sustainable business and sustainable solutions for the citizens.
Great, thank you. Aaron, entrepreneurship require or will require a different approach, no? We heard before a customer-centric kind of approach, no? Starting from the definition of the needs of the customer instead of pushing down a solution that is well established in the Western country according business model that we know. Last year, Practical Action issued a very interesting report, actually, Poor People's Energy Outlook, where you provided evidence of this large know your customer gap. What are the main outcomes of the research, and what might be the benefit of using a customer-centric approach into energy, and most complicated one, how it should be deployed?
Yeah, thank you very much, Francesco. So every year we publish our kind of bottom-up response to the IEA's World Energy Outlook with our Poor People's Energy Outlook. And I'm happy to say that some of our staff was also at the recent IEA meeting to discuss the new report that Laura discussed earlier. The findings of that report are not surprising, and the findings of your year of work on this as an NL Scout into this area are also not surprising. So Practical Action has worked on energy access for about 35 years, and we have always taken a bottom-up approach to our work. And because there was never a private sector for the vast majority of this time, it was always very grant-based. It was always kind of free money, and there was a lack of follow-up because there was no free money to follow it up with. It wasn't a business. And the miraculous thing is that in our looking back studies that we have undertaken, over 85% of the systems that we installed 15, 20 years ago are still running because they were built with the community, based on the community's needs, with community sweat equity. The ones that aren't running anymore have been overtaken by the grid. We have only one or two in our history that have really kind of stopped working. Many of them have been expanded by the community's own investments. And so what this goes to show you is that these unbankable, non-viable communities are indeed exactly the opposite if you give them a chance and if you work on the terms of the customers. So one of the big challenges that we have in energy planning is, as Laura also mentioned, we have this grid or nothing or off-grid or nothing kind of dichotomy that is very unhelpful. And the Poor People's Energy Outlook really talks about how, if we looked at integrated planning from the end user's perspective, would national energy planning look differently. So instead of taking industry and moving down, if we started with communities and moved up, what would a national energy system look like in sub-Saharan Africa or in Bangladesh? So we chose Togo, Kenya, and Bangladesh as our 3 case studies. And for rural electrification purposes, we're not talking about urban, obviously. In 11 of the 12 communities that we undertook 1,200 interviews in, we found that distributed energy systems, a combination of mini-grids and solar home systems, would be as economical as grid-based solutions, and in only one case was the grid a clear winner. But you can talk about the price parity, but that is not the only quantifier that you're looking for. The speed of deployment was radically faster for distributed systems. And of course, the reliability of these systems was also radically higher, because even for a solar mini grid without battery storage, so only on during the day. This is still more reliable, as we heard, than the completely unpredictable grids that dominate in the continent at the moment. So it may not be 100% on all the time, but you know when it's going to be on, and you know when you can do business, and that is very, very important. One of the other findings is simply that in the mini-grid space, if we're looking at kind of how these businesses are struggling, it's because they are forced to be terribly vertically integrated at the moment, because there's no one else out there serving these communities. The only thing you see out there is Coca-Cola, Unilever products, and a really desperate mini-grid businessman. And there isn't a service provider to help train and productive uses. And that's one service that Practical Action is now working with the government of Kenya and AFD in that context to work with mini-grid companies to build up the load. So load growth is one of the major challenges, and our work is increasing the load of mini-grid operators by about 20% per year, and compound that over the lifetime of the repayment period, and it's increasing the financial viability, it's decreasing the financial risks for the investor, and it's making the community much better off, which is the goal. So the entrepreneurship perspective is really one of knowing your customer, but also knowing your expertise. NL is a technology company, that's great. And we are a charity, and it seems like there's a really interesting match there to collaborate on issues like this. So I hope that was a good answer.
Thank you, yes. Virginia, Solar Kiosk. Solar Kiosk is, in my opinion, one of an amazing example of business developed around customer, because it's not just energy, but you introduced basically a retail channel inside these poor rural communities. Indeed, Solar Kiosk was the winner of the 2016 Bloomberg Energy Award. How did, I would say, this idea come into your mind of establishing retail channel? And what Solar Kiosk has done so far, and what are the feedback from your customers?
Yeah, sure. Well, Solar Kiosk started really with 4 Germans in a bar in Ethiopia. And from that was born an idea that leverages a solar energy infrastructure, and then through that, a last mile distribution business that brings access to solar products, clean cooking stoves, as well as consumer goods, and then growing into really a energy hub, providing energy to charge phones, to watch the news, to print, as well as now powering businesses around this energy hub. And the idea really came from a lot of what we've been talking about in this session, which is really, what you can do when you bring energy to a community. How it can really change the dynamics and spur entrepreneurship and enable communities to grow and be empowered. So that's what Solar Kiosk is really trying to do, from the base level of employing at least 2 people to actually run the e-hub, to sell those goods and services to the community, as well as to be a pinnacle of renewable energy access, educating the community on the products, providing warranty for the products that are sold, but also really giving access at the last mile to other businesses as well. Both those global companies that Aaron mentioned, but other entrepreneurs in the country as well, really working to go that last mile. And yes, it is very difficult, because even just getting there is very difficult. But I think it starts really with bringing the energy and the products and services that just by having, say, by being able to go and charge your phone, rather than having to travel, 50 kilometers to charge your phone and come back, can increase the productivity immensely. But we want to take that a step further now and really use the energy that our e-hub, our kiosk, is producing to allow businesses to form around the e-hub, to really create a market center, allowing everyone in that center to grow and to be commercially viable. And this can include NGO partners as well as government partners, anyone who wants to come into the community to really empower and enable what's going on there. Solar Kiosk has grown from Ethiopia, where we started, to across now to 4 other countries, to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ghana, and hopefully soon have a greater presence in Zambia. So we really see a huge potential to come into off-grid communities and really raise the quality of life. And we want to continue to work with partners across all different levels to make that happen in a very sustainable way, both commercially and environmentally, and have the impact that we really strive for.
I mean, very interesting. You mentioned the concept of starting using your hub to create job opportunities and productive use of energy. Because at the end of the day, when you open a retail channel and you are selling products, you don't have to forget that you are dealing with people with between $2 or $6 per day. So you are adding up another cost, let's say, to them. So how you are instead deploying this model of creating wealth and job opportunities? So what are these kind of opportunities that you are willing to deploy, and how do you engage the communities to do that?
Yeah, I think, at a minimum, it starts with the energy access to charge a phone, to make a transaction. But we grew that to be able to really what we call, host other businesses. And through that kind of both welcoming entrepreneurs, but also encouraging it. And I think here again is where we're still looking for further partnership opportunities to bring in some training aspect to that as well. So for example, around our e-hubs in the market centers we have today, we are coupling with other businesses that really are encouraging the community to spend time together, kind of have a social activity footprint, like a restaurant or a viewing hall, a barber shop, a motorbike or bicycle repair. But we'd like to now take that to the next level and think about, okay, could we have like an internet cafe or something where an NGO or another organization could do programming? Could we host kind of incubation hubs for youth? How do we link into what's happening in education in order to bring that into our space? Because I think, Francesco, it's both. We can bring the energy, but we then need to help cultivate that skill set that allows that, taking it to the next step. So again, us providing energy and infrastructure, it needs to then go a bit further, and we need to link up with partners to do that, to really enable that. Because I think, again, what you can do with energy is one thing, but then access to information is a whole nother level. And that is key. And then with that too, bringing in productive use that's already familiar to the community, whether it be cold storage or a grain mill or some other kind of power tools or welding or something that really can take to the next level. And I think what we're trying to do differently than some of the other players, particularly as we've talked a little bit about solar home systems and how they're moving into these appliances, we want to group this activity together so that the whole is bigger than the sum of the parts, and the way that, when you come to the market center and you go and you get your hair cut, and then you meet with your friends and you have a cold Coca-Cola and you charge your phone, it's bringing that activity around. Again, it increases the overall productivity to have it all grouped together, and you get that community enhancement too. I think one thing that we haven't talked about a lot, but is also in the literature, is this idea of migration. If you don't have a reason to stay in your community, if you don't have access to energy, you're going to migrate to the urban centers, which puts a lot of stress on already fragile environments. And if we can do more to keep communities and make them stronger, and that's both social as well as economical. So I think really that's what the way that we want to go to push more this idea of energy access, but also a shared economic benefit, as well as enhanced community impact, but that's sustainable. It has to be economically sustainable. So I think there's a lot of different factors in play that make it difficult, but I think what we're really trying to do is we know that we are not experts in everything, so bring in partners to really each take a piece and try to enhance that and do that together, which again I think is a big theme that's coming out of a lot of these type of events recently, is we have to form coalitions, we have to work together, we have to know what each other's doing, and we each have to bring value to that, but do it in a way that yields something faster and more than what's happening today.
Absolutely. I would say that we are transitioning from energy being the end product to energy being considered a mean to create wealth and job opportunities. And I mean, as you said, this might be very difficult to embed into a scalable business model. If we consider that energy has been considered a commodity. So about this, Alice, how do we change this paradigm, and what are the lessons learned that we can take from other industries?
So I think we're living a unique moment, which is going to finally move Africa to the next chapter, which is thanks to technology, in the sense that we have to remember that it took us over 100 years to get to 1 billion users for the telephone, and less than 10 for smartphones. And so this acceleration of adoption is going to make it much easier to bring new technologies. And when I say new technologies, I don't necessarily mean sophisticated technologies, because many times we have come in with these extremely sophisticated ones, and I always have this shock when I go in some airports that have been funded and nothing works and all the technology can't be used because human labor is still cheaper than maintaining these technologies. So we have to also work with the reality so that we can bring the economy and build a strong middle class. And then what was interesting is we've seen companies more and more that want to attack the African market, which is so attractive, such as Facebook, that has decided to put most of its team once a day per week to experience the speed of internet if you were living in Africa. And it's kind of the same thing if you live in Africa, and what we had mentioned, that you lose more or less 2 hours of electricity per day. But in Nigeria, for example, go up to over losing 60 days per year. It's absurd when you think about it in terms of productivity. So the microgrid solutions, the fact that we're going to see more and more corporates in different industries that are going to sell a packaged product, and we look at agriculture and the B2B and B2C sector, and putting in place energy, putting in place insurances so it's sustainable, putting in place the payment gateway so that we can actually access the consumer, putting in place marketplaces. You have more and more of these mobile marketplaces that gives you the price of the rice, and so that you're more connected and available to have the right information to sell at the right price, and hence to build up your business. So what's exciting is that industries have already, like the banking industry, has already proven that there is a change, and we talked about leapfrogging, which is exactly that. So you jump directly to a new technology which is more efficient, less costly, and of better quality. And I think most people in this room have lived, work, experience business in Africa, I do not see how we would expect another option than depending on entrepreneurs that need the support of an ecosystem, and that's government building the right environment, corporates bringing their access to distribution, NGOs building the capacity building, ecosystem enablers building and promoting success, because we know that success breeds success. We've got to, I mean, there's this emergency, we can't do business like this, and entrepreneurs know that they want to change their status quo. They're very passionate, and it's a 10-year game to build a business in terms of evolving each industry. And I have too many examples to prove that this is and will be achievable.
So it seems that entrepreneurship is a great role. On the other side, I would say that 51% of the world's unemployed youth live in Africa currently. Astria, how do we make sure that we capitalize on that enormous human capital to contribute to the energy challenge in Africa?
Thank you for this very relevant question, because if we consider entrepreneurship as a potential solution for entrepreneurship in Africa, I would say that there is a kind of contradiction or, yes, dichotomy contradiction between, let's say, the entrepreneurship enthusiasm that we can see and hear every day in the media, but not only, and the means that are actually put in place to promote entrepreneurship. What I mean is that being an entrepreneur is something extremely difficult, and it actually requires specific skills and knowledge. And the thing is that nowadays it's like we say to African youth that if you want to become an entrepreneur, if you want to create your own job, just go and do it. If you want, you can do it. But the truth is that they don't have the tools. Most of them don't have the tools to actually become entrepreneurs. So, and I believe that these tools can be acquired through education. For me, that's the only one option for, if I take a personal example, my example, for example, I had the chance to attend classes and to be educated in one of the best universities in the world. So I studied international relationship, but still I acquired through my education basic skills that were necessary for me to become an entrepreneur. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to acquire them when you grow up in an education system that don't provide these skills. So as it has been said earlier, there are a lot of incubators, innovation hubs that are now created in Africa. But once again, these hubs, they are, let's say, helping youth that already have an entrepreneurial project, actually. So the question is, what happens to all these youth that represent the majority, that might have an idea, that might have the will to become an entrepreneur, but don't have the education for this. And this applies to every sector. But regarding the specific energy sector, there is also a very particularity, I would say, that I encounter in Africa, is that Africa is very lucky and rich because its youth is very innovative. Given the challenges that they face every day, they, let's say, developed an innovation state of mind. And so it's not a rare, it's pretty common to meet in Africa youth that have very innovative ideas to actually face the challenge of energy access. And these ideas to be spread, they will need an economic model to be viable from the economic point of view. So based on these two observations, I had the idea last year to found an NGO called Energy Generation. This NGO has aimed to promote access to energy through technological innovation and youth entrepreneurship. So basically, last year we organized a Pan-African contest. We had ambassadors in 24 countries in Africa, and we received applications from 16 countries, and we actually selected 8 candidates from 8 different countries to integrate the Energy Generation Academy, which is a training center based in Lomé. And so they were invited to spend 1 year with us to follow an intensive training both in entrepreneurship and technological aspect. So they all came with innovative project ideas to produce electricity. So we have a project based on hydrogen, project based on, we have a candidate from Ghana who actually turns plastics waste into fuel. We also have a candidate from Ethiopia who actually developed a device that to charge mobile phones just with a mechanical with a mechanical crank. So it's a very interesting innovation, let's say, for the rural areas. So we have 8 ideas like that that we are now trying to put to the market so that they will be available on the market. And so what we are trying to do through this academy is to help African youth to actually produce what I would call made in Africa solution, technological solution for energy access. And most of the product that they developed, because we are now, the training started 6 months ago, so they all finished their prototype. They are working right now, and we are giving us 6 more months to actually launch them in the market. But most of their product, they are using locally procured materials. So they are really made in Africa, I would say, and it resolves a lot of problems regarding the procurement, regarding the maintenance of the technology, because of course they develop technology that they know and that they can maintenance very easily. So personally, I would say that I truly believe that part of the solution of energy access will be solved by African, especially African youth. And I had the chance a few weeks ago to receive a prize by the EU-Africa partnership called the Young Leader Access in Energy. And what we wanted to say as a group of young leaders in energy access was that we are the one who will be facing the consequences, if I can say, or the results of the decisions that are made today. So I think it's very important to include youth in general, not only in Africa, not only in the energy sector, but youth in general in the decision-making process, because we have, I think, a lot to bring to the table. And for example, the project I'm telling you about, we are a team of very young people working on it. I'm personally 26, and I think the average of my team, the average age of my team should be something like 27 years, I think. So we are very young, and still we are achieving things that are very difficult. Of course, we have partners, among them the Schneider Electric Foundation, Econ Lighting Africa, Greenwich Partners. We have partners, but still we need support, and most of all, we need to be heard in our propositions, in our initiatives.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that education as an important piece of the puzzle will be addressed also in the next session. I thank you all the panelists very much for their great contribution. I would like to close just the session highlighting once again that the achievement of universal access to energy will need joining forces, understand and address customer needs, leverage on local entrepreneurship, and creating a boosting and favorable, I would say, policy and regulation environment. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Francesco. Thank you. To close this part, for 5 minutes, I ask you to stay here because we are going to have a concrete example of what we promised last year in Nairobi. So I ask Mr. Jeremy Kiplagat from Kenya Power Light and Company and Marco Aresti to present shortly, they promised me 5 minutes, the so-called Micro Grid Academy, which we'll announce today, and we will probably in operation in our next event in Kenya next November. So we want not only to have talks, but also want to have facts. Jeremy, welcome. I give you 5 minutes, no more.
Thank you very much. And may I start by appreciating Roberto for the partnership that Kenya Power has had with Rest for Africa. And particularly allow me to say his figure and energy. And if I tell you his age, you not believe he is literally double my age. And thank you so much. For sure, he deserves a better clap.
No.
Thank you.
4 minutes now, come on. You have no time to clap.
Briefly, as he has introduced me, I'm the director of Kenya Power International, which is a subsidiary fully owned by Kenya Power and Lighting Company. And I'm here representing our managing director, who would have wished to come over, but he was unable. But he fully supports the cooperation that we have with Rest for Africa. I also bring apologies from the Director for Renewable Energy at the Ministry of Energy. He would have wished also to be here, but he was unable, but he asked me to represent him. This started with our interaction with Rest for Africa last year, and as Roberto was saying, we had a conference in October. And since then, we have signed an agreement to action. We need to move to action. And in our agreement, there are two main things. One is to undertake a study on the integration of renewable energy into the national energy grid of Kenya. Last week, we launched this study, courtesy of Rest for Africa, and will be done. We are partnering with Chesi, and we had a successful launch. The ministry is very keen on this because there are a lot of initiatives to develop renewable energy projects. A few months going forward, we will launch a 300 megawatt wind in Turkana. There are a number of solar power plants which investors would like to develop. But there is a lot of uncertainty because we don't know, can the grid take this, absorb this, and how will be the stability of the grid? So we hope with this study outcome in the next few months, it will shed a lot of knowledge. The next partnership which I want to mention now is on establishing off-grid academy. Kenya Power, we have been running about 20 off-grid stations, which has been largely powered by diesel. We have tried to integrate solar. We are having, now is a focus of government to electrify the country, 100% by 2020. Currently, we are at about 60% access, and I would like to correct Madam Laura when she gave presentation. She showed that Kenya is under 30% access. That was the statistics for 3-4 years ago. But currently, the government has put a lot of investment, and it has moved to over 60% currently. At the end of the year, we are targeting 70%. But for us to reach 100%, we must go off-grid. And from our experience, connecting customers, the cost per customer has been increasing because we were looking at where there is electricity, already there is access, maximizing on connectivity where we have transformers. But as we continue, we need to do long lines, which is becoming more expensive, and off-grid seems to be the solution. Okay. And that's why the government is very keen on off-grid systems. So I'll give my colleague Marco to give a little bit about the off-grid academy.
Very quickly. When we came back from Kenya, from Nairobi, we pick up some messages. The message is us. We have to invest in capacity building, everybody say. We need to improve public partnership. We need to promote the state of the art, and we need to implement some real project. So we decide to build together the Microgrid Academy. What is it? It is a real project a real microgrid built inside KPLC facilities in Nairobi. But the main purpose of the mini-grid is not to generate energy, but is to provide a platform for young student, young professional to learn about a microgrid, to learn how to build, how to repair, how to design mini-grid. So this is the location. We have a location. The location is a KPLC school. The location is quite interesting because it offers also the possibility of dormitory. So we can bring people from the surrounding and host the people for the training. The area is quite huge. We can install, we have to define yet, but probably up to 50 kilowatt of power plant. Mini-grid, we just put a small sketch because not all the people knows what is a mini-grid. Mini-grid for us is a mix of different technology to generate electricity, always renewables, with exception of a diesel generator as backup. So the hybridization is a solution. We need to join wind, solar, hydro for sure. This is more or less the concept of the project. Well, what we want to share with the student, we are setting 4 types of different training. One is the advanced training course. It is a training for professional in energy management, people that has to work also on the policy makers, on the project management of the project. So it is a full-time training. But probably the most important for the local people is the permanent training activities that is dedicated to the people that has to operate the mini-grid, because we cannot imagine to operate the mini-grid remotely or to send people on site. So we need to teach to local people that make the operation of the plant. Another type of training is on demand. I mean, we have to collect, identify specific activity and to promote a session to share ideas, promote incubator of ideas, etc. And is also required to have to provide on-demand remote for people that are far from the facilities and then can be connected to the system. The project started a few months ago, but up to now we have some support. I mean, we have internal RES4Med members that is supporting the activity, but we have also attracted the interest of other institutions. And I don't want to mention all of them, but for sure the Strathmore University in Nairobi is our favorite partner because we have to work together very close. Where we are, we approved the project end of last year. The first issue is define where to do the project and identify partners. So we have KPLC, we have an agreement, we have the location. Now we are working on the executive design, and meantime we are working in parallel for the training part. We are in the step of fundraising, so we cannot do the project by ourselves. We need the effort from other partners. If we are lucky, we will be able to build the project within this year and start the training beginning of next year. The target is run this school for 5 years at least and involve between 300 and 400 young African students. I don't know, Jeremiah, if you want to say some word about the next step.
I think what I'll just say is to appeal and say we are very focused to make this a success and get more partners. Let's demonstrate that off-grid can work and sustainably work by really building capacity so that we don't do projects which later collapse. And I think the biggest thing we can do is to support this by building capacity. And the opportunity is big. If it can work in Kenya and together with efforts that other countries are doing, it can be upscaled and it becomes, it provides a big opportunity to market also as well for those who are producing products. And like in Kenya also, you know, I know I'm stopping in 1 minute. The government wants equal application of tariff. Even off-grid, like what we are doing now, the off-grids that we have, we must find a way of subsidizing. The government doesn't want others to pay more than the others. So we need to move and show that it works. It is cheaper, it's sustainable. And that's why we need to share this knowledge. And when we have this, it's easier for government to really adapt these things when we have facts and information. Thank you very much. Let's partner and move forward.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the fact that we are 5 minutes late more. Before we go to the final session on training, I told you 3 acts. The first one was transition, the second one was innovative, the third one will be the training. I have the pleasure to introduce for a 5-minute speech Madame Perry from the US delegation to G7, who will kindly ask her to give a few words on the topic of renewable in Africa. And welcome, Madame Perry, please.
Thank you, Dr. Colombo. Good afternoon. Whoa. It is an honor for me to be here with you this afternoon to discuss major quality of life issues for the continent that is home to 1.2 billion people, or a fifth of the world's population. I come here not today as discussion as an energy expert, but as a nursing professional who spent decades attending to the health and well-being of my patients, as a former First Lady of the state of Texas, the second largest state in the United States. If it were a standalone economy, it would be the 12th largest in the world. I am concerned about the health, prosperity, and access to opportunity for our 27 million people in Texas, and now as wife to our newest Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry. I can't help but think about the transformation that has occurred in my lifetime. My husband grew up on a dry cotton farm, a remote part of Texas. He experienced the rural electrification agency that brought electricity to his home. It was a novelty at first, but it also transformed that part of Texas and how farming and how we lived in Texas. So if you fast forward today, some of those farming communities in West Texas are home to some of the largest renewable wind farms in the country. You can drive across West Texas and see turbines littering the landscape for miles upon end. So in many places, the ground below provides ample access to conventional fuels, and the skies above provide access to renewable fuels. Once again, we all look around and we know that our problems can be found in Mother Nature. But for those of us that have easy access to electricity in the Western world, it's easy to lose perspective. And we can debate, and very much I enjoy that panel, we debate the best way to develop clean energy, to reduce our carbon footprint. For many people around the world, the issue is not what sources of power to develop, but a more basic concern, how to access that power. Recent estimates show that there are 600 million people in sub-Saharan Africa that have no access to electricity. Stop and imagine a moment in our lives. My children freak out when the electricity goes off. Not with the internet, life without electric cooking, life without temperature control, no lights except candles. If a hurricane or a thunderstorm knocks the power off for just a few minutes, there is near panic. Imagine that for your entire life. Many more Africans only have sporadic access to, as we've heard, to power. But imagine sending your loved one to the hospital for a life-saving procedure and praying there are no outages while the surgeon operates. I shudder at that thought. Our African brothers and sisters live with it every day. So it is incumbent upon us to be visionary and determined, and when it comes to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the next generation of Africans, that they are not confronted in the shadows of this opportunity. The United States Department of Energy is doing important work in Africa where energy and healthcare cross paths. Power Africa is a multi-partner initiative with goals to increase the electricity access in sub-Saharan Africa by adding more than 30,000 megawatts of cleaner, more efficient electricity generation capacity and 60 million new home and business connections. DOE, the Department of Energy, is a member of Power Africa Working Group, and it plays an instrumental role by providing expertise on energy technologies to U.S. government, USG agencies, and African governments through our program offices and our network of national laboratories. During the Ebola crisis, Power Africa recognized the critical role that power could play in stemming the epidemic, and they worked quickly to provide emergency generators for Ebola treatment units in Liberia. Power Africa generators supplied light and power, supported those life-saving treatments, and reduced the risk of further disease transmission by allowing the healthcare workers to clean their clothes and equipment. The Department of Energy's national laboratories, which are the crown jewel of energy research in America, have been at the forefront of developing these technologies that spur sustainable healthcare facilities around the world. The Homer microgrid software is one such example. That software optimizes microgrid designs from village power and island utilities to grid-connected campuses and military bases. Homer was originally developed at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and subsequently commercialized by a team that developed the innovative software. Today, it is a critical piece of USAID's Powering Health initiative, which aims to improve the success role and rate of health facility electrification efforts in resource-limited countries. As an online tool for healthcare provider, it can help a rural clinic design an appropriate power system that uses a combination of diesel generators, utility power grids, batteries, and other things. With improved power services, health clinics are able to power medical equipment, store cold chain dependent supplies, improve health services, and attract and retain staff. There's also one other mention of an innovative program that we're hearing more about in America these days. President Trump has just signed 2 laws to encourage women and to get the STEM fields, the science, technology, engineering, and math. The U.S. Department of Energy runs a program called Clean Energy Education and Empowerment, born out of the recognition that the ideas and talents of all members of society are essential to meeting future energy challenges. Women make up substantially less than half of the world's workforce in science, technology, engineering, and math. These STEM fields and across the energy sector, closing the gender gap and increasing the women's role of participation in leadership in these fields is a key goal in the United States, and I think it can be in Africa as well. With no disrespect to the other gender, we know when women get engaged, problems get solved. And in fact, in Texas, we have this little saying, if you want to get something done, ask a woman. Women seldom seek the credit, but we care about solutions. And while the challenges are great in Africa, we can use the collective capacity in this room, in our science labs back home, to work together with African partners and overcome the obstacles that are presented by poverty and resource scarcity. As a nurse, I believe every child is born with promise. As a parent, regardless of the continent that they call home, the resources of their village or the heritage of their family, we are all born with hopes and dreams and a human spirit that knows no bounds. But we must unleash the potential of Africa's energy sector through its greatest resource, its people. We must support African countries' efforts to bring modern, sustainable energy solutions to all of their citizens. We must stand together with African partner governments to support sustainable energy policies that illuminate a new era of prosperity. That rekindle is what's possible for its 1.2 billion people. It was an honor for me to be with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Madam Perry. I'm really delighted to hear that the commitment of the United States for Africa is there. The Power Africa report is on my desktop. I didn't read it, but still my desktop is here. And thank you so much, and thank you for this support by the politician there. Now we have to go to the final, maybe most exciting in my plot, the training and capacity building, and of course no less than Laban. Can you come here to introduce the keynote speaker? And of course, Emanuela will do the marvelous job to do in 20 minutes what we should have done in an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto. Let's give a round of applause to my co-hosts for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, you said exciting session, but I must say it's a session that I look forward to because it has none other than the Vice Chancellor of the university that I went to school in. So I must do this in a very respectful way. That's Professor Isdael de Silva, who will be joining this panel. But allow me first, before I call the VC, to make quick notes that the presentations will be available online on restforafrica.org. That's where we'll have the presentations. Remember, this event is being live streamed on YouTube. I'm well advised by the event organizers that we'll have the videos available for you. So I noticed most of you are struggling to take pictures of the slides just to make sure you get the statistics, but we'll have the presentations for you, courtesy of organizers. So ladies and gentlemen, yes indeed, to our last session of the evening, looking at education and multi-level capacity building, and let me add also partnerships, as we have been rightfully challenged to have. Please help me welcome Professor Romain Murenzi, who's the Director of Science Policy and Capacity Building at UNESCO, to give his keynote address. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak in this session on education, multi-level capacity building. I will ask two questions. First one, energy is deeply linked to development as it is now evident in the Agenda 2030 and the Goal 7. UNESCO has closed just before the launching of the Agenda 2030, the UNESCO Decade of Education for Sustainable Development. What are the most important elements UNESCO highlighted in these issues? Ladies and gentlemen, energy issues, as just mentioned by everybody, are high on the agenda of both the international community, the United Nations. Globally, over 1.5 billion people still do not have access to electricity and lighting. More than 95% of these people live either in sub-Saharan Africa countries or Southeast Asia, with 84 of them from rural areas. Poor quality lighting has dramatic negative impact on educational opportunities, hindering the possibility to become scientifically empowered citizens. It also has a serious impact on income generation for workers who are unable to further their activity at night. It is in this context that the UN Decade on Education for Sustainable Development, and UNESCO in particular, increased its effort to provide opportunities for quality education and learning for sustainable development at all levels and in all contexts. UNESCO encourages reorienting teachers' education to ensure ESD is integrated into teaching practices. For example, through the online courses for secondary school teachers on climate change education. ESD success stories and many projects of UNESCO-associated schools are other examples of how ESD works in practice around the world. Education for sustainable development is about enabling us to constructively and creatively address present and future global challenges and create more sustainable and resilient societies. It is in this context that UNESCO implemented the United Nations International Year of Light in more than 147 countries to advocate for new environmental friendly lighting solutions, renewable energy access, and a true technological breakthrough, as well as dramatic change in our thinking about energy for the future, along the lines of green development. UNESCO continues to support countries to build ESD capacities, generate and scale up actions focusing on key issues: energy, climate change, biodiversity, disaster risk reduction, water, cultural diversity, sustainable urbanization, sustainable lifestyles, as entry point for promoting sustainable development practices through education. 2, with reference to energy which is a natural resource, and playing a bit the game of chicken and egg, do you think we need more capacity building for better managing the energy sector, or we need more sustainable energy to increase educational opportunities and reduce the development divide? The last UNESCO Science Report, 2015, shows that Africa has only 2.6% of the global scientific production, 0.1% of the patent. And of these 2.6% publication, 0.1 patent, more than 75% come from South Africa and Egypt. And you understand the challenges. If you take US, Japan, and Europe, mostly if you take OECD countries, they produce more than 80% of scientific production and more than 80% of the patent. And if you add emerging economies, the other 100, probably 50 countries, they share less than 10% of the global production and global innovation. So science, technology is very central, and education is central. Energy demand continues to grow. The ability to address energy issues, including energy access efficiency, renewable energy source, will be paramount in enabling development and climate change priorities to be met. Therefore, education is very central. UNESCO plays a strong role in building capacity for science technology, including energy, and helping to adapt, develop appropriate technologies in developing countries. So as I said, starting for this the second point, you have a big divide at the global level. You have a north-south divide. So you have the developed countries, mostly OECD, plus the developing countries. But in the south also, you have a divide. Of the 20% production of science less for developing country, more than 75% come from only few countries: China, India, Brazil, South Africa, Mexico. Some 10 to 15 countries have more than 75% of the global scientific production for the developing country, and also all the innovation. Despite Africa having more than 60% of the world arable land, Africa doesn't have access to food security. Despite Africa having most endowed with natural resources, Africa has a problem in accessing energy. And this is related to STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. By supporting science technology in Africa, you will be supporting all these innovative solutions that we have been discussing about. So I see really support to education and science be very important. I saw the representative of Japan spoke here, the representative of the US, and then you have here the EU, in total the G7. I think support to education is very central, as we just said. You can have some other solutions, but if you don't have that, then I don't think that there will be possibility to be able to move. One of the young lady who spoke in the previous panel spoke on the issue of entrepreneurship. And again, education, science, mathematics, and entrepreneurship is very important. I'm going to close just by saying that it is very important to support African countries and developing countries in general to have what we call science and technology policy. A science technology policy has 4 objectives. Knowledge acquisition and deepening. What kind of science in primary school, secondary school, higher education? Knowledge creation. What kind of science for a particular, what kind of research for a particular country? Knowledge transfer. Health is science. Agriculture is science. So is energy is science. So by developing science in countries, you give them a chance to be able to be independent. And then the whole issue of innovation. Innovation is the 4th point in a science policy for a country, the issue related to intellectual property and entrepreneurship. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Romain Murenzi, who's from UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please put your hands together as I welcome Professor Madame Emanuela Colombo to moderate the next session. Should we look at energy in development? And give her your hair. Thanks.
Asante sana, Cliff. And Mzuri kukutana na wewe. Asante. A warm welcome to all of you to the last session that is driving us to the very end of this event, and a deep, deep thanking to the organizer of this event, Enel Foundation, the Africa-Europe Energy Partnership, and Rest for Africa, for keeping an eye, for raising attention, and to keep a focus on capacity building and local empowerment. Yes, every time we need to discuss about the transformative path that is needed for the big energy challenge for Africa, we need to discuss a lot about clean technological solution, innovative business model, and enabling policies that are requested for scaling up successful solutions. But as has been said,
get where this is going, and essentially all these investments amount to a tax on doing business, that everybody needs to make an investment in backup generation because of the poor reliability. So he's an entrepreneur, he's trying to create jobs, but he's being taxed. He can't do it as well as he could. And leave aside businesses that haven't created or haven't started because they know they'll have to pay this tax. So we really want to try to measure some of those economic growth outcomes of reliability. And to be provocative, as Manuela said, it's possible that we will find out that it makes more sense from an economic development perspective to invest in improving reliability instead of investing in improving access. So there are trade-offs. If we invest a lot in access, that's less money we can spend on improving reliability. So finally, I want to emphasize a single point that I think we can all agree on, and that was highlighted by some of the earlier speakers, and this is that we really need to invest in the data infrastructure. We can't make good decisions, no matter if we're policymakers, if we're academics, if we're private stakeholders. We can't make good decisions without really understanding the data context.
Okay.
And so we are right now working closely with Kenya Power. Kenya Power is, I think, at the leading edge in sub-Saharan Africa in terms of building out their data infrastructure. So for instance, they've geolocated their distribution network down to the transformer, and we're working with them and trying to develop an analytical tools to really use this data infrastructure. So I just want to close by saying that I think this is an important area. We're at the intersection of thinking about important issues like climate change, important issues like human development, and we have a lot of work to do.
Okay, thank you very much, Catherine, and also keep us updated on the result, on the future result of your research. I'm just coming to the other part of the session, and I would like to ask Laura Frigenti, as director of the new Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. We have just read the last version, almost final version of the linea programmatica, the programmatic line of the Italian cooperation, and energy seems to play a new role compared to the past, where energy was only something going outside of the commitment on the environment. So can you please tell us some more? There are some action or some strategies that the Italian cooperation is working on.
Thank you, Manuela. Well, I think that in the spirit of the Agenda 2030 that tells us that no goal or no target needs to be seen in isolation, but how things are interconnected. So we started looking at what was the glue that things together. And obviously, energy came out as a very first priority, because energy is like a blood system in the body, allows all the organs to function. If there is no energy, there is no functioning service delivery, there is no growth, there is no opportunities, there is no jobs. And many speakers before me have said that in the previous sessions. So what we try to understand is what can we do to capitalize on the many excellent experiences that we have in the private sector, in the public sector, sector, in academia, in the non-profit organizations that are active in this area, to try to see whether we can create a kind of an Italian system delivery product. And that is what we have tried to put together in what we call a platform for energy, which is a project, an idea, a way of packaging together all these experiences, this Italian experience of technical research and delivery excellence in the energy sector, and see whether we can facilitate the cohesion and the synergies so that we can actually put together some products that can be interesting for the countries that we want to reach. And of course, one of the important part of that was to really think about the projectual dimension of that. So what would that be working in practice? And here we come to the guidelines that you have been referring to. The guidelines is basically, it's a very technical document in which we build on all the experience that has been made in Italy and outside the country about what works and what doesn't work when you are trying to, deliver services in energy. And of course, the topic that we are discussing in this very session, which is the, human capital accumulation, as I like to call it, rather than capacity building, related to the sector, is very important, because this is what will make the sector sustainable and our intervention sustainable. And so this is not only highly recommended as a natural and fundamental component of each of the investments that we are hoping to make, but also, I would say, as a critical part of another topic that is very important for the Italian cooperation in general, which is the school-to-jobs transition. So to make sure that there is a connection and a linkage between education and what children learn in school, and then the ability of immediately applying this in jobs and make them, attractive for the labor market employers. And so we are thinking about, all these things and how they come together, and how we can really use our role as a public agent that can bring together different actors and create a table of communication and coordination that wouldn't probably naturally happen without us doing so.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are all curious to see, and we are sure that the Italian cooperation will play a bigger role even at the level of the European Commission, and so in the energy sector. So now I would like to move to Jesper. I gave a look to your website, and I was attracted by a tense, was saying, we are a no-profit organization. We do work with some great partners, but experience has taught us that nothing replaces our own presence. And I thought, wow, this is a very people-driven approach. So, Jesper, if you can tell us something more about your people-driven approach and the capacity that you have to stay in the field, and how this may influence your business, your activities as an NGO, we would really appreciate.
Sure, thank you very much. Well, as the old Roman saying goes, your first draft of anything you do is always shit. I'm not sure it's Roman, but it's good, because the first attempt that you have at something will probably not work. And that's very true also for what you do in Africa. We started 7-8 years ago, and we started distributing various types of technologies. We had energy centers, we had larger installations, and we realized very quickly that our presence was key, because if we didn't have the presence, our staff wouldn't really know what to do. They wouldn't learn. We wouldn't have that ability. This is obvious. I'm Swedish, and in Sweden we have this feedback loop all the time, and that didn't exist. So you need to build that into your system.
Reformers, professional, and also, let me say, visionary. So we need this kind of knowledge that is not only technological knowledge to when we speak about a building capacity, and we speak about building capacity for Africa. So, take into account these two considerations in the back, I will try to explain what two initiatives of the Polytechnic of Torino. The first one is the Energy Center. The Energy Center in the Energy Center, we can recognize two main pillars. One is the Energy Center Lab, and the other one is the Energy Center House. The Energy Center Lab is mainly devoted to research, and in this case, researchers are asked to work together in order to develop new competencies, new professional profile with a multidisciplinary skill. When I was asked by director to produce the document that I have to be submitted to the evaluation board of the university, so I have to define the proposal for this lab. I asked to the director of the department, to the 11 director of our department, if their department was involved in energy. Everybody say yes. So this means that energy is a transverse problem, but for me, has also another meaning. The other meaning is that in university, we have the possibility to approach to the energy problem from all the different points of view. And so this lab is the opportunity to collect all the vertical research that, 1 minute? Oh, okay. This lab is the opportunity to collect all this research in order to provide an horizontal platform. This platform will also to take in account of the different layers that are involved in the energy problem. And when I speak about layers, I mean the physical and technological layers, the environmental layers, the cyber layers, the economic layers, and also probably this is the most important for the problem that we are speaking about, the social layer. And we have also to work on a local scale and on a global scale. This, I have to stop here, no, just to...
I'm sorry, Professor Romano Borcellini, I hope you will not squeeze me later on, but since we have other two speakers, and I would like to give some floor to them. Professor Inzoli, I know that I can squeeze you, and I'm going to squeeze you, so very, very straightforward question. And please keep in mind that there are a lot of students from Politecnico di Milano around.
Yeah, it's working? Okay, first of all, let me to apologize with me, Professor Da Silva, because when you host us in Kenya, we have no experience of lack of electricity, but today we want to show you that this is very important.
In the game, 1-0.
So I would like to present you what are our experience in cooperation, because Politecnico Milano is actually an international university, is one of the leading technical university in Europe, not only in Italy. And just as a number, actually, we have about 35% of our students at the master level that are international. So there is a lot of movement in terms of number of people that go abroad just to apply for other university. And 400, if I remember the number, are from Africa. So this means that we have a lot of people coming from Africa that apply to our courses. This is the reason why in Politecnico we decided to set up different action in order to tackle the problem, to have an international classroom, to have experience of international activity, and to understand what it means to work with people with a different culture. And in some of this action was in the field of energy. So, for example, as internal activity, we opened a track in energy for development inside the energy engineering master. And it was successful for us because a lot of people, and especially from Italy, a lot of people apply to this track in order to understand and to have a competence to work in an international field, especially in some area. So many of them ask to to come to other countries, especially in Africa, there is a lot of demand about this point. And in order to have experience to what it means to work in a field where energy is something that is not available for many people. Another program is Engineering for Sustainable Development. Is another program open to all the master classes in Politecnico, and I think we select 20, 30 students per year, and they perform some activity focused on sustainability, on the subject of sustainability and how this subject should be transferred to any study program. So for different ICT, from energy is quite easy, environmental issues is quite easy, and so on. And this is some of the internal action. But I will start to our experience that we had, just few comments. We started to work in the field of cooperation, I think, 15 years ago, and the beginning was a request from Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Technology from Kenya that came to Politecnico Milano and asked us to support the movement, the change of the curricula in the energy engineering field. And from this point of view, we opened some cooperation with some local universities, not only in the East African community, but also in North Africa. And actually, we have a lot of experience, and we are quite...
Thank you, Fabio.
We have to stop, okay.
You can finish the text.
Let me to say the last point, I think, is that it's extremely important to discuss about capacity building. I think it's all of the speakers put in evidence that this is a crucial point for the development, for the success of any intervention in a region like what we observe in Africa. Thank you, Emanuela.
Professor Da Silva, sorry, you are the last. But
I'm
not
the last
least.
one, yes, I know that.
Focus on the role of the African institution. How can we do more working with them? It's only an issue of money, or it's an issue of attitude? And how can we contribute?
Right. Well, first of all, I want to really thank Enel for this opportunity. It's been helping us nicely. I also want to thank the Africa-EU Energy Partnership, because I am a focal point for research for Africa, so I'm grateful. And obviously, RES for Africa has Strathmore as a partner. What Professor was saying is that there was no power cut there, because Strathmore is the first zero carbon footprint university in the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. We have power by solar panels on top. So Venturini, thank you. You see, there are very many people in this country which qualifies to a group called NATO. It's not the Atlantic thing. It's NATO is no action, talk only. So these people, you just try to go away from them. Because for us, we are convinced that what can change a country is people. You build people, make them very skilled, very well trained, and passionate. Those two things, you have it. But obviously, what changes people is action. So like, the panels are there. We take people up there, see, and then after we say, go and do something in your house. Yeah, so this is very important. I'm a Brazilian by birth, and you know Brazil came from a developing country to the 8th economy in the planet because they educated people in aeronautical aviation, so we sell jets to KLM and to American Airlines and everybody, isn't it? The Embraer. We also send people to study agribusiness, so now we are a potency really in agribusiness, and also the issue of petroleum exploration with Petrobras. So I see this very clear that Africa has to develop by training. We have Strathmore Energy Research Center. We train people, and I fully agree with somebody who was here before saying that women is very important. So we are, with money from USAID, we are training ladies in energy and entrepreneurship. So, Emanuela, you know, there are 65 ladies who gathered together, they were trained there, and they start something called WISE, Women in Sustainable Energy and Entrepreneurship. So, that is it. We do things, we get things done, we walk the talk, and eventually magic happens because people are unpredictable and are marvelous. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, let's try to exploit human capital in the same way as we exploit all the other resources, and the potential will come out. So a big round of applause for our, stop. But I would like to import a patented round of applause that I have learned by the Technical University of Mombasa in Kenya, which is 5 clap, then going down 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's try to see if we can import something from Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuela, for this big effort. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. We are closing, almost closing. We have the short, incredibly short presentation by Mr. Ridolfi, who promised me in 2 minutes he will deliver a speech, and then Minister Calenda will say our final word before we give him the communique. Roberto, you may record speaking 2-3 minutes. You know, like me, we speak. Roberto, people speak a lot. Yes, say please.
Ministro Calenda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes, because I want to give some conclusions to the minister hosting the G7. So, quand même. And this will take very few, because there are, Honorable Minister Calenda, there are 3 messages with 3 policy responses and 3 integrated tools that we want to transfer you for a political packaging. So 3 plus 3 plus 3 by 1, pay 1 by 3. Growth, job creation, and stability in Africa. Point number 1. I think nobody like you understand better this. And this, the G7 understand, because stability is linked to development, development is linked to provision of energy, the correlation is very, very high. Now, on this one, as European, we are proposing the external investment plan, which is a massive plan of 65 million. And you remember the genesis of it very, very well. Now is a regulation. We hope that the G7 will come on top of this external investment plan and making a true Marshall Plan for Africa. This is why? Because we need investment in energy, but we need investment in agriculture, we need investment in industrialization, creating jobs. So that is the first point coming from this very good conference. And I would like to thank the Africa Energy Partnership that we finance, Enel, certainly, for the efforts of this beautiful, and of course, the friend Roberto Vigotti for the big and incredibly effort of this conference. So the first message, political message, is this one, job creation. And then the policy responses is the external investment plan. That is massive investments, okay? Public and, more importantly, private. Now, how the private can come, we define through blending, through helping by public finance the private investor to come. So de-risking. This is a word that came out very, very clearly. The external investment plan is building from the blending experience of the European Union into more private sector-driven guarantees. How about the investors in the room if I say that tomorrow there will be an off-taker guarantees provided by the European Union, replacing the sovereign guarantee that many countries today can't even more provide? Second point was the social and economic development. And we don't look only at big urban areas. We look at very remote rural areas where the electrification will come in 20 years. Shall we wait? Again, the conference said no. Off-grid, mini-grids, we welcome Enel Grid Private, but many, many. So the beauty of the mini-grids, off-grids, is that there are not 3 operators or 4 or 5, but thousands, thousands. And they can work at the same time. So we launched Electrify in 2015 to tackle that kind of market. Too small for big banks, but too big for NGOs. And therefore, we went into that, investment between 100,000 to 2, 3, 4, 5 million. take a lot of time, transaction cost, we tapped into it with 200 million, and Electrify is generating a family of initiatives around that. And of course, we didn't put a flag on it, so much so that Power Africa gave us 10 million. First time in history, the American government has given 10 million to the European Union. Fantastic.
Not anymore.
Well, you never know, never say never. So the third and last point, Honorable Minister Calenda, is the multi-sector engagement. The actors that you have in the room today are those that are essential for doing the business. Development agencies, donors, political partners, but what you will not have is a blend that deliver on the field. So we need boots on the field, we need people. And the people must be in the place where the action takes place. So the talking can be done, but must be done on the place, in the village, with the villagers, with the NGOs and with the private investor that is putting 300, 400, 1 million euro to do the mini-grid. That kind of talks must be helped. And in order to allow some investments to happen, then the joint declaration, the political of G7 and the European Union is extremely important, because there are countries with no law allowing legally a private investor to create, generate, and sell electricity. Honorable Minister, these are the three messages: job creation, socio-economic development, multi-actor engagements, on which there are tools. We need the political packages. Up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Adolfi. Mr. Minister, please come. Of course, later on we come to you with the communiqué, but at the moment you can really address this audience and tell what is the position of Italy for Africa.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the new acronym NATO, not action, talk only. Given the fact that in 1 hour or so I'm going to chair the G7, this is very much useful, because we need to really transform all this forum in, a mighty power generation for the global challenge we have. And of course, the communiqué will be part of our discussion, will be formally delivered to us during the welcome cocktail, and will be part of the discussion we're going to have. Let me first of all thank Enel Foundation, RES for Africa, and the Africa-EU Partnership for giving us the opportunity to tackle the issue of energy in Africa today. There could be no better location than MAXI, the National Museum of the 21st Century Arts, a beautiful architectural work designed by Zaha Hadid. This event is under the auspices of the Italian G7 presidency, because the stability in sub-Saharan Africa and MENA region is one of the priorities of our presidency. I am glad that Secretary of State Bake and Vice Minister Takisawa have been here with us. Your presence stresses the importance of Africa for our G7 countries. Our G7 Energy Ministerial Meeting is the follow-up of the 2014 Rome Initiative for Energy Security, of the 2015 Hamburg Initiative on Sustainable Energy Security, and last year's Kita-Kyushu Initiative on Energy Security for Global Growth. Our key word is, though, energy security. The question we will deal with is how to consolidate and enhance the foundation of our collective energy security. In this framework, we will start our discussion tonight on how to govern the energy transition in particular, and how to integrate renewable energy for a secure power systems. The past 2 decades, especially since the turn of the millennium, have represented a period of sustained economic growth for the African continent. This boom has been shared by many countries in Africa, with few exceptions related to conflicts. Growth rates have exceeded 5%. Favorable external conditions, especially high commodity price and abundance of investment money in search of new opportunities at global level, have contributed to this phenomenon. But we should not underestimate positive local factors, such as improved political and economic governance, the decline in the number of conflicts, and the better macroeconomic climate.
This trend has inspired more optimism among opinion leaders, economists, business people, and investors. Also in my country, Italian entrepreneurs have started looking for growth opportunity in the continent and also in sub-Saharan regions. I have led many business delegations, and in many cases, these countries have proven to be a very fruitful business opportunity and business environment, I would say. For the European Union to support this growth and to invest in it is becoming more and more a perceived fundamental priority. I wish to recall, and Mr. Ridolfi was mentioning before, when I have been for a very short period of time a representative of Italy at the European Union, and what we have done is to propose what we call the Migration Compact, which is basically a big plan that will pour money into Africa for productive investment, for investment in energy, but not only. For example, I do think that one of the key pillars of the strategy we have to implement is industry, because only through industry we will reach stability, social stability, and we will have sustainable growth over time. Now, that plan is now part of the European policy. We, as always, would like to see a little bit of more money on that plan. We will keep on pushing for this. But what is clear from our perspective is that Europe and Africa, in this sense, are totally interrelated. And we should consider our economic policy. Our economic policy has part of an area which is going beyond the euro area. And this not only for ethic or moral reason, but for economic reason, for security reason, for social reason. So in this context, the question of how to endow the continent with an adequate energy infrastructure has become central. In my responsibility of Minister of Economic Development, in charge of energy policy, I'm conscious of the importance of energy in the context of Africa development. Africa cannot catch up with other continents on the path of sustainable development unless we are able to address the issue of energy poverty. The fact stated by International Energy Agency that the region accounts for 13% of global population, but only 4% of its energy demand is disturbing. It is also disturbing that 600 million people do not have access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. And so is the fact that Africa's total installed capacity is comparable in size to the additional capacity that China installs every year. The greatest hope we have has a name. It is called technology. The cost reduction in low-carbon technology, as well as the opportunity of off-grid power generation, are important tools that we did not have before to try and take up this gigantic challenge. Add to it the potential of digitalization, and we see the opportunity of a new path of energy development for Africa that is materializing at last. Some signs of change are already visible. It is good to know that from 2014, the population without energy access has started to decline for the first time. We see renewable growing nicely. Solar power is still negligible, but its growth rate is phenomenal. The African Century Case scenario estimates an additional installed capacity for renewable sources of above 25 gigawatt by 2020. But is it enough to achieve the goal of 300 gigawatt in renewable energy capacity by 2030, which was set by the Africa Renewable Energy Initiative? In order to take full advantage of the opportunity that technology provides today, we have to strongly invest in two fundamental factors: good governance and human capital. And I'm very pleased that today human capital was maybe the most repeated factor of development. Yes, it's true, we share this view, and the role of the government in training is fundamental, and the role of the new Agency for Cooperation of Italy in this is of the utmost importance. Massive investment is needed. In fact, to fill the existing gaps as we heard tonight, $110 billion per year, that is to say 3 trillion investments up to 2040. This can partly flow from public institutions, but it can only be decisive if it is also come from private business. And we know that private money arrives only in the presence of a good energy government, regulatory stability, and the rule of law. Therefore, we have to step up our effort to make sure that regulatory frameworks be clear, reliable, effective, as well as transparent. Technical and regulatory cooperation will be then the key in the coming years to achieve ambitious results. Ladies and gentlemen, I can interpret the belief of our G7 partners by saying that the G7 nations recognize the great potential of clean energy access in Africa. We are committed to increase efforts to provide access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all African people by 2030, in line with the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goal number 7. In fact, sustainable energy access in Africa is strongly related to the action that the G7 countries are putting in place in order to combine the objective of sustainable development and the energy transition. I can assure you that some of the principles to accelerate energy access in Africa that I have mentioned will be discussed in the framework of our G7 Rome Energy Security Initiative. Within the G7 framework and beyond, the Italian government will be working consistently to find solutions and to promote technical cooperation and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for this kind word and for your support. We got the 3 messages that Ridolfi wanted to give to him. We'll be sure. Now, I have to ask you attention. The minister and only those people who have this kind of badge, which are the one who work very hard, the speaker can go out now, and you stay for 5 minutes because they will go through the photo exhibition and showcase. The other ones stay here because I want to conclude with next steps. So thank you again, the big guys. Thank you. And the other ones stay here because I want to conclude with the next steps are. Can you put the slide on? Everybody's leaving. Please stay here because we cannot make the crowd there. Only those people who have this badge. Please, for 5 minutes, can you do me a favor? Okay. And can I show the final slide? Mi mettete l'ultima slide, per piacere? Okay. I think there are 2 slides only. This one is what the minister said. This is the commitment we are having now, starting from the commitment in Germany, 10 gigawatt plus. We want to make sure we have between 25 and 27 gigawatt additional. And of course, this is in line with the so-called goals. The next slide, the last one. Next one. Okay, these are the next steps. So take note. Yeah, it's finished. This is the last one. Take note of the 3 appointments we are having in this scale. 22nd of May in Roma, we have a big event in Enel Auditorium on innovation as the key neighbor for Africa. And you take note because to get an invitation, you have to write to InfoRes4Med. And then we are going to Ethiopia from the 3rd and 4th of October to launch our presentation to Ethiopia. And finally, in Nairobi in Kenya, 29 and 30 of November. So those are the 3 big events by which you can be invited there, especially in Rome, of course. And what I can anticipate is the 1st of December, there will be an Innovation Startup Day again in Kenya. So follow us again. Thank you to the people who follow us in the YouTube. Thank to you for the patience. No coffee break, no smoking break, no PP break. But anyhow, you did a very good public. See you in Rome on the 22nd of May. Arrivederci.
All right, thank you all very much. Another round of applause, please, to Mzee Roberto as he sits down. Let's clap for him, please. This is to thank you all very much and to thank you for your time. My name is Laban Cliff, and as I head back to Kenya, please do tell of the good stories. So I'm just going to project my email address that is right there. If you come into Kenya and you need to speak to the press while you're there, please do share, and we'll be more than glad to communicate. Thank you again to Roberto. Thank you to Res for Africa for this opportunity. Thank you to Madam Colombo also for the book, and to Luca Morena also for giving me this opportunity. Have a good evening and enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Slow it down to find your way. Trust yourself, and you'll be okay. Can you feel what's called the flow? Deep inside and way below the flow.